Thank you very much. Next, we would like to start with a blessing of prayer from one of our comrades, Shamari. Yes. This evening, we are here basically as a group of young professional individuals who see there's a time for change in Barbados. There is a time for change in Barbados. And my team and I, we decided that we just wanted to share our word with the public, and that's why we're here tonight. The Young Democrats are here basically to let everyone be aware that there is another choice, and we are the alternate choice. Yes? So excuse me, let me get Shamari up here to bless us in prayer.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. Father, this evening we come before you with gratitude and thanksgiving for this youth rally. We thank you for the safety of all who will attend and your blessings upon this event. Lord, we express gratitude for the speakers who have been called to share their messages with the youth. We pray that their words will be filled with wisdom, encouragement, and inspiration, touching the hearts of all who participate. We pray for all who will participate in this rally, that they will be open to messages shared, that they will be inspired to action, and that they will grow in their faith and commitment to making a positive impact. Lord, we lift up our leadership in this party and in the country to you. We pray for wisdom, integrity, and guidance as they lead and make decisions that will affect the lives of many. May they seek your will and strive to serve with humility and compassion. Lord, we ask that your will be done in all that transpires at this rally. May the message of hope, empowerment, and unity go forth with power, touching lives and transforming hearts. In Jesus' name, amen.
Good night to everyone. Leader of the opposition, President of the Democratic Labour Party, Executive and General Council members of the Democratic Labour Party, President of the Young Democrats, Janine Butcher, Senators Andrea Worrell and Ryan Waters, former ministers of government and members of parliament, former presidents of the Young Democrats, current and former Democratic Labour Party candidates, and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening gala of the Young Democrats. This is held at a beautiful location, Savvy on the Bay. What a sight it is. What a sight it is. to stand before you and see this room, well, this area filled with energy, with promise and determination. Truly, it is a beautiful sight. Thank you. The Young Democrats, they've long been an integral pillar of the Democratic Labour Party. For decades, this movement has nurtured leaders, parliamentarians, and visionaries who first tested their courage and sharpened their voices on most platforms. That proud legacy is not just history, it is generation under the leadership of President. The Young Democrats leadership will not flicker, but burn brighter. Involvement is not a side note. In that fresh ideas, bold perspectives, and fearless energy will continue to shape our party, the Democratic Labour Party. Thank you. The vitality of youth participation must never be lost. For without it, the future are the purpose of the weekend. This is the purpose of this weekend. It's more than about action. It's a call to action. It is an avenue for young leaders to network, to debate, to share, and to exchange ideas. Together, we will place under the microscope the pressing issues that weigh heavily on our generation. Unemployment, limited career opportunities, crime and violence. But you know what? We will give solutions as well. And it's actually here we will give those solutions. Let this gala spark the fuse, spark the fire of future gatherings of the youth and of the youth of this country. Let us shine a light. Let us shine a light on bright young people of Barbados. So tonight, let us celebrate. Let us celebrate. Tomorrow, let us strategize. Let us remember the Young Democrats are not just the future. They are the now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so tonight we have a few speakers that are going to come up that are very unique and interesting in very varying ways. And I am glad to introduce the first person tonight, who is Miss Tyrion Reed, who was a former president of the Young Democrats. Tyrion is a 29-year-old female who is born, bred, and raised in St. John. Some people actually call her Miss St. John. She loves St. John so much that she was a parish ambassador, a national pageant queen, and also she was a DLP member for over a decade. She's a student and a woman who truly loves Barbados. Everyone, Miss Tyrion Reed.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for that introduction. I'm really happy to be here. I originally had some points to talk on, and I would have told Janine that I'm speaking on specific issues, but all that went out the window. There has been a few points that have been resonating with me for the past week. And a lot of it came from a conversation that I had with my great grandmother. Now, my great grandmother is 108 years old.
All right.
That's not something that everybody gets to say. And that is something that has been a privilege that, especially in my later years, I've come to appreciate, because there's a wealth of wisdom that lives in my household. And I was just having a regular conversation. We weren't talking too much about anything serious, but I was just updating her on the things that I am aiming to do, telling her about school, telling her about work. And I watched how she looked at me. And I realized that a century ago, this lady was 8 years old, and never in her wildest dreams could she imagine having the life that I have today. Because she lived through a time where Barbadians literally couldn't afford to feed their families. Because I don't know if y'all think about all of the historical situations, events that would have happened in the last 100 years. But she lived through so much, having worked on the plantation and having children and only being able to give them enough to survive. And my grandmother took what she was given and she gave her children the opportunity to thrive. And I stand here generations later, able to have conversations with her that are beyond her wildest dreams. I stand as a young woman who dares to dream, a young woman who dares to pursue a future that is strong, powerful, and, to be quite frank, filled with luxuries. And I am a young woman who dares to create. Lots of audacity coming from someone with the history that we come from. And I think so often on how this is something that was fought for, not just in rooms having conversations, but these are luxuries and privileges that were fought for with blood, sweat, and tears by our ancestors. And that's not something that's a figure of speech. They literally died so that we have the opportunities and the advantages that we have today. And I'm not telling you this to become meek and mild. I'm not telling you this because I want you to be as humble as possible in your everyday life. I'm telling you this because I want y'all to have the audacity. I want y'all to realize that in order for us to be the people that we are today, our ancestors had the audacity to look at people who once owned them, people who once denied them a future, people who once denied them education, people who once denied them food, people who once denied them the right to call themselves their own people. They fought hard for us to have these opportunities. And coming down the road, because I really only changed what I was going to speak on when I was on the way here. It just wasn't resonating with me anymore. But some words resonated with me. And these words are words that many of us know, but we don't actually internalize. These words are, I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados, and to my flag, to uphold and defend their honor, and by my living to do credit to my nation wherever I go. And the resounding theme that comes from that is I am pledging every single time to serve this country in whatever way that I can. Every time I say it, and I have them now, I get goosebumps. And it didn't start like that because we started saying it in primary school as something that we had to say, that the teachers taught us. And we didn't understand the importance of what we said. And we went on into secondary school and we said it less. We might say it every week at assembly. And as we became adults, we almost never say it. Maybe once a year at the Independence Parade, when those two school children get up and lead us in the national pledge. But every time that we have said that, we have not said a poem. We have made a promise to this country and to the people that live in it and to the people who have lived in it. We make a promise to not only uphold the values that they have lived and they have instilled in us. We make a promise to develop this country and to keep pursuing even better. Because in an ever-changing world, it calls on us as Barbadian citizens not only to live up to what they have gotten us for us. It not only calls for us to protect our education system. It not only calls for us to protect this actual landmass. It not only calls for us to protect the things that have been upheld in the years of our independence. It calls on us to evolve Barbados into a Barbados that will be able to stand the test of times. A Barbados that will be able to evolve beyond their greatest imaginations. Because we need a new version of Barbados for a new time. What does that call for? What does that demand of us as young people in this country? It demands of us to take up the mantle and serve. And I'm not coming to you speaking as a politician. I come to you speaking as a young woman who loves this country. I live and I breathe loving Barbados. But I'm not only a young woman who loves this country, but I'm a young woman who's scared for this country. I am terrified of what the future looks like. I am terrified of what the future looks like economically. I am terrified of what the future looks like socially. I am terrified of what the future looks like economically. I'm terrified of what the future looks like environmentally. Because we see the turmoil that's happening in the world. Environmentally, climate is changing, whether people want to agree with it or not. And we, as small islands, will face the brunt of it. We've seen what happened in Jamaica, and we pray for their recovery and for their safety in the future. But we also have to be mindful that all of us are in danger. All of us are at risk of the same future. We see countries consistently at war and global tensions increasing. And it may seem so far away, but war is brewing just south of us right now. And it's so scary to think that not only for us, but for our future generations, they will have to inherit this beautiful landmass, this region, this world. They will have to inherit a country that has increasing apathy, not because people don't care, but because people feel hopeless. And it is up to us as youth leaders, as people within our community to serve. See, when we serve, we lead. And when we lead, we create the future Barbados that we need and that our future generations need. And when I say lead, I don't necessarily mean that you need to take up a position in an organization. I don't mean that you have to come up here and speak. I do not mean that you have to become a politician. But we can shift the tide of this country through our individual efforts. Leading is not only in organizations. Leading is not about title. It is about direction. It is about charting a course and having influence in this country. So how can we do that? We can do it by joining a local organization, a community organization, remembering the little things that affect us as young people and affect the older ones in this country, because we're still fighting for them. I still fight for my great grandmother because she needs to fight. They say once a man, twice a child. And it has now become the responsibility of those of us who are old enough and strong enough and willing to fight and to take up the mantle, because every time we say to defend our honor, we take up that mantle. It is in picking up garbage. It is in beach cleanups and park cleanups. It is in beautifying our country. It is in visiting hospitals just to spend time with people who are shut away and separate from the country. It is in educating ourselves on what is happening currently. And not just educating ourselves on current affairs, but educating ourselves so that we can actively take up roles within this country and serve. So that we can be doctors, we can be lawyers, we can be accountants, we can be everything that this society needs. And this doesn't mean that those are the only valuable people to this country. Each one of us has a value to this country. It is in seeing classmates struggling and you understanding and you saying, here, let me help. And it is in reaching out to the older people within our community. It is in holding our current leaders accountable, because we are the ones that will have to inherit it, and we are the ones that will have to make the decisions to navigate the storms that are brewing right now in the world. It is in taking up the mantle, and in every time that we pledge allegiance to this country, it is in doing honor to the people who have built it and to the future generations that we are going to bring into this world. So as we come here and we speak to you, and each of us has a different calling, each of us has a different passion, each of us has a different goal, but we all come here as young people on a mission. Young people who are serious, young people who are in business. We are young people who dare to say that we are not in the background anymore. Because I was once told that politics is a middle-aged sport. Not no more. Not anymore. Because we cannot take the chance of having a Barbados where our voices are not heard. We cannot take the chance of sitting idly by and allowing things to happen in this country that negatively impacts not just us, but the people who will come up in this country. It is not just about now. It is about the future. And I urge you to take up that mantle, to help us take up the mantle. Fight for Barbados, because we are at war. We may not see it yet, but we are at war. And what we are fighting for is the rights that our ancestors have fought desperately for, the rights that our ancestors have died for, the rights that we have taken for granted so often. I urge you, every time we say it, that we stay mindful. We remember who we are as a Bajan people. We are not weak. We are not soft. We might be quiet and we might be what many people consider passive. But Barbadians are powerful. We are resilient. We are intelligent. We are strong. And we, as young people, are the ones that are going to build this future. And I'm so proud of the young Dems right now. So proud of Janine. So proud of all of us for standing up and saying that we will not sit idly by. So every time we say that national pledge, I urge you to say it more often than you might do it. say it and remember the words that it says. And remember that it is not just a poem, it is a promise. It is a promise to fight for our future, to fight for our past, and to fight for our present. So I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados, and to my flag, to defend and protect their honor, to uphold and protect it. You see what I mean? That's exactly what I mean. That we don't say it enough. To uphold and defend their honor, and by my living to do credit to my nation wherever I go. Thank you so much, and I urge you to stand up and fight for this country. God bless you.
Want to start? All right. Seats are moving.
Seats
And
moving. I want to always pick up the Honorable Ralph Thorne. He is the political leader and president of this great party. No doubt about it. Seats and moving. Young Democrats, this is a movement here tonight. No doubt about it. This is a movement. I want you to clap for that. I want to invite a dynamic young lady. She is former president of the Young Democrats. She is candidate for the St. Michael West constituency. She's all other things. Oh my goodness. She holds so many accolades. She's a youth leader. She has so many things that she has to deal with. And I want to thank her right now. She's none other than Miss Shaquani Hunt. Give it up for her.
Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. I just want to say I appreciate every single one of you for coming out tonight. The crowd is amazing. The vibes are amazing. And you're just in time, Donna. Just in time.
yeah, Donna, just like
So tonight, I want to take you on a ride with me. You know, we released the video with the bus. And I had everybody head turned. But I'm going to use the bus to tell a story tonight. We are going to be on van 2461 DLP. We are going to be on van 2461 DLP. Seats are moving, just like how the the bus. So when I ask you where we are going, we're going to be seats are moving.
yeah, right. We moving on.
Yes.
All 30.
When I was asked to speak tonight, there was only one thing that came to mind, and that was cost of living in Barbados. And as I plan to call it tonight, the cost to live in Barbados, not cost of living, the cost to live in Barbados. When we think about the cost to live in Barbados, $420 a week for 40 hours a week. That's it. That is what we have to bear to live here in Barbados. We are asked to do so many things with so little. And they're going to tell you, we had an increase. I don't know what it was an increase to, because it's not helping anyone, but we had an increase. And they're so happy, they're celebrating, they're congratulating everybody. But for Barbadians, $420, that's it. Also, that $420, we have to take a bus fare. That's $350. That's just one bus. God forbid if you have to catch two. And if you like some people, when I was studying, I caught 3 buses a day to get from my quarter, just to get to school. And to get home, 3 buses back down. So if you're doing the maths, when bus fare went up, So many people in my program just dropped out. The other half, they had to decide which days do I need to come to school. Not which days I going to school, which days I needed to be there because they could not afford to come all days. Some people were spending $21 a day. And you remember, some parents only working for, well, back then it wasn't even that much. It was probably like $300 a week. Now it is $420. When you think about the cost to live in Barbados, it is so high that we cannot even get our needs anymore. We have to do without needs. In some areas, people are doing without water because they can't afford to purchase additional bottled water. So if they don't have water, they're just doing without. I heard a young person saying, I was thirsty, so I just had to drink it. You imagine that? I'm so sorry I did not bring my bottled water from St. Lucie. It's still brown, still got things floating in it. And the young lady said she had no choice to drink it because she was thirsty and they had no bottled water at home. $420. That is the cost to live in Barbados. When you think about your monthly water bill with your minimum charges of taxes, that's like maybe like $125 a month. Then you have your light bill. Lowest it could possibly be is $85 a month. And then when you think about it, God forbid you have to rent. I actually see people asking, does anybody have any rooms in their house that they're renting? Not any apartments, not any houses, any rooms inside of their houses. They don't care about the gender they may have to share the house with. The only thing that they can think about is if you have a room, I can afford $150 a week. So when you deduct $150 from 420, you're already at a disadvantage. Walking through my constituency, many people told me it is cheaper for me to stay home. You imagine that? We are told when we go to school, we need to finish school, study, and get jobs. And people are telling you when you canvas, it is cheaper to stop working. Because sometimes when I work 40 hours a week, $420 at the end of the week, that is just enough money to get back to work and pay bills and get back to work again. Imagine throwing a child into the mix. Nursery fees is a minimum of $80 a week. And if you got two G's and brothers, you could just stop home and watch your children because you cannot afford to send them to school. We are fortunate enough that bus fare for children is still free for now on public transportation, but when you can get it. When I say seats are moving, we're not talking about going by the bus stop waiting for the bus, We're talking about the seats that we plan to win in every constituency.
Right.
Because if we do not come and vote, if we do not come out and support, it can be so much harder to live in Barbados. It can be a cost to live here in Barbados. Because as people say online, one thing that we can guarantee is that they're going to tax we. The next thing they're going to tax is the air because there's already tax water. So the only thing left is air. And that seems so ridiculous. People cannot imagine that I'm saying that we pay taxes on water. Yes, we do. It is so difficult in Barbados. People are navigating how many days a week they could afford to cook food. I have working professionals who were considered middle class before, who sometimes can't cook dinner every single night. They can't afford to. So some nights it's like they're fasting. They can just drink water and go to sleep. And tomorrow is another day to find money, find additional money to buy something to eat, buy something to cook. I told somebody when I got my first job, I remember I used to work, I think, for like $80 a day. And back then I was like 14. That was my first summer job. I hated spending my money after payday because as soon as you spent it, the money was gone. I cannot imagine being asked to spend that same $200 160 in these times now because I would not be able to do that math. Unfortunately, the math not mathing. When you go in the supermarket and you realize saltfish gone from $5 for the pack to $15, you're wondering like, is this more in the pack? It don't look like more. Is the same amount of saltfish, just more money. It's going to feed the same amount of people at home, but I now can't afford to buy multiple packs. I'm now at the one pack. People had the luxury of spending and purchasing monthly because they could budget and it will last longer. Now people budgeting daily because they can't afford to make it to the end of the week. That 420 don't stretch, especially when things in the supermarket go up every single day. I can guarantee that when you go in the supermarket, you can see a corned beef for $6.20, one can, and that's only maybe a household of 5 people maybe can eat from that at night. If you stretch it, as my grandmother would say, you only need the essence, add a little bit more water to it. Maybe that could go 2 days. But the reality is that when you have to pay $6.20 for a corned beef, $7 for a lunch and meat, okay, the money of the 420 dwindling down and you barely got 2 meals, some maybe breakfast, and then you're asking me and you're telling me that you care. You're wearing shirts saying, I care this, we for you, go big or go home. Stay the course. But as I say, go big or go home, it's time to go home. Right. Because for us, the average Barbadian, it is not good enough. You're not doing enough for what we're getting. Every single day, we out there hustling. And they're always like, oh, you don't need to hustle. You get a raise. Sometimes you get a raise, right? It's put you into a different pay bracket and you just get taxed more. So then you end up getting less money than you had before. Because after taxes is a lot less than you had before. The cost to live in Barbados is ridiculous. When you think about the luxuries that you could do for your children before, you can't even imagine doing that now. I remember when sports day would come up and every single child at school had a new pair of shoes, regardless if it was $20 or $220. Parents used to allow children to go and spend and dress up for sports days. Now I see children wearing Crocs and cream-looking shoes that they just got home. They don't have the luxury to spend extra money. They just can't afford it. Basic things like school books, parents can't even afford, and people are saying they aren't budgeting. But when primary school bus is almost $400 per child or more, how can you on 420 a week? It is not enough. And from the government, we constantly get promises. I remember the $100 bill they promised the parents. I got parents still waiting for the $100 bill from 2024 and 2025. They got promised another $100 bill. I don't know how it's supposed to help, but it would help a lot more if they received it. You imagine they gave out $300 to every Barbadian. Everybody lined up for hours for this $300. And people waiting for income tax from 2016. Imagine if you would just pay people the income tax. They wouldn't be lining up for $300. You know how hard it would have to be for people for a line to wrap around a building, 2 and 3 lines for $300. And sometimes when you get to the top of the time, unfortunately, we had the limit for the day because they close. And then those people coming back the next day to line up fresh again. People are not doing it because they want to. They have no other choice. Because with $420 a week, it is not enough. It costs too much to live in Barbados. When you think about when you get on a ZR, and you say you won't get on the ZR unless they got a seat for you. But then you can't do that because if you get work late, money coming out to your paycheck. And in these times, you can't afford 5 cents less because every cent calculated to pay every single bill you owe. Not the new bills, the bills you owe. We work to pay bills and then we circulate it again. I see many people talking about how high their water bills are. And for the life of me, I don't know how water started calculating these bills. People who not even getting water, getting high water bills. And that is absolutely ridiculous. You imagine you turn on your plate. Nothing comes down. But you got water bills that high? That's ridiculous. But then when you call, they will ask you, maybe you could put something down on the bill and we can try to work out something. No, why would I pay for something that I don't get? You imagine going to one of these food vendors. You pay for food, but when you open your container, it's empty. But they're saying that it's fine that it's empty. You can live with that. No, it is not good enough. Stop asking Barbadians to be reduced to accept the basics. They voted for you because you had a slogan say that you cared. The amount I remember, I told somebody, I never see one of those red shirts looking faded yet. I don't know if they got a mask produce. If they don't fade, but they're never faded. But when I look at the 420 we get per the week, as soon as you back one of those $100 bills, it gone. Just like that. We have so many young people leaving secondary school, UE, BCC, can't get a job. And they can't, it's not like they're not qualified, They just can't get a job. It doesn't matter how you apply, where you apply, who you apply to. Unless you know somebody, the job is not yours. I know people who worked at supermarkets to get through college. And when they got their degree, and after they took their graduation photos, they had to go back to work at the supermarket. Because no one would hire them, even though they had vacancies. Because unfortunately in Barbados, it's friends and family. And if you don't got no friends and you don't got no family, you don't got no job. Because we are reduced to 420 a week. We are only allowed to get jobs like that. I remember during COVID and they had the ash cleanup program. And they said, they're setting up these young people for failure. $100 a day, every man Jack was paid, and they didn't have to work the whole day. Now we're told, oh, we have low work ethic on the jobs. They were getting like $500 a week minimum, and now you're expecting them to accept 420, working 8 hours a day, and them to be happy. Of course, they will not be happy. Because of that, they created the program where they had cutting landscaping, cutting the grass at the side of the road. Again, paying them money that they know is not realistic. Because after they work for those funds, they can't work for nobody else, The money too little. We got so many construction projects, but so many people in construction home. You imagine that? Every single time you turn from left to right in Barbados, there's a building going up. If you take 10 steps to the right or 20 steps to the left, you will see a new structure going up. But you don't see a lot of Bajan workers at those sites because some of those workers get paid less. Repair laborers like $100 to $120 a day. But on those sites, they got workers working for like $80, which is a little bit less. Obviously, we can't afford to work for that, especially because some of those laborers are allowed to stay on the site and sleep. We got families to go home to, bills to pay. As I explained earlier, 420 which is not a lot of money to work with. So you can't afford to accept less. You imagine you out in the blazing sun all day, lifting up blocks, lifting up cement, mixing cement. And at the end of the week, you may be scraping $400 for 80. And then they tell you, man, we're gonna work next week. What are you supposed to do? There, every single day, I get a call from different people in my constituency and other constituencies. My number is just up, so a lot of people just reach out. They always ask for help. It's like they saw a lifeline. I call my representative. He said he can't help me. How do you call him? He told me he can't afford to help me this week. But I asked him last week too. He also told me that. In my mind, when you agree to represent someone, you can't just tell them no. There are programs to help people. When you want to turn them on to the programs, you feel Bajans like to beg. Bajans are some of the most proudest people in the world. We would do without and look great doing it. So for us to go to somebody and ask for assistance, we must really need it. This 420 is not enough. And I ain't talking about the drink. Because you know the new drink, come on, everybody talking about that. I'm talking about the salary at the end of the week. The salary they're asking us to support 3 and 4 children on. And remind you, this government is asking us to have more children. I keep saying the people that create these rules and regulations and ask us to do these ridiculous things, they never put themselves in these positions. I ain't seen none of the politicians getting no more children. I ain't know about you guys, but I don't see it. But they're asking us, the average Barbadian who's struggling 24, 20 a week to get more children. You imagine, and they got some people with 5 and 6 children. And then they ask for assistance, they would tell them you got too much children. You know you couldn't afford, and you might get more. It's like every single time they open their mouth, it's like a lie. They want us to get more children. But when we get the more children and that we can't afford to get from the beginning, they're telling us, unfortunately, you shouldn't have gotten so much children. You should have known you couldn't afford it. I tell people so all the time. We knew we couldn't afford it. That is why we didn't want it. But you encouraged us to get these children. And you told us that you would give us a raise of pay. So that's why we get you the 420. I told somebody, I don't think they understand how this raise of pay thing works, you know. When they raise you pay, you know what the employers have to do sometimes. They have to cut the hours, you know. Because the employers sometimes cannot afford the raise of pay. So sometimes you put these people at a disadvantage. Because I think they're getting 5 days a week and maybe some overtime. Now sometimes they may be only working 3 days a week. I know some people working week off, week on. Imagine you working week off, week on with 420. Are you really working it in your life? Like, what are you doing? How are you surviving? And that's the reality for a lot of people. People say, I remember all the time, your hair and nails are always done. You cannot got money. I said, what you didn't know is that I was a dermatologist. I did my hair and my nails myself, so it was no cost. But I had to go to work, and when you go to work, you have to look presentable. You can't just show up like, oh, your pockets feel empty. You have to make an effort. This government asks us for so much, but give us so little.
No, give us nothing.
They don't give us nothing. When we think about who we want to represent us, you have to think about the current representation have done for you, have done for your community, and is doing for the future. They love to say we put young people first. The youth is our future. But as a young person in Barbados, it's probably one of the hardest things ever in the world. It's hard to open something as basic as a bank account. You need proof of address, proof of income, cheese numbers, and 2 IDs. Most young people don't have a bill in the name before the first credit union account. Who some may only get 16. You get your official ID card at 16 with an image on it. And they were like, oh, well, you can't get a license because you have to pay for it. My family don't got no money. Well, you don't have a passport because you have to pay for it. And my family still don't have any money. And where you can get this money to put on this account? Well, at this point, I'm an entrepreneur. My business isn't registered, but I was still late to have my money. Or you can't open an account. You need proof of income. As a young person, they want to know why we don't want to work for 420. Because we sent to school and we got our education and that don't make sense to us. It does not make sense because we can't get the bills that we have, the student loans pay back from that 420. I dedicate. I can't afford to pay for my studies. I'm gonna buy a second. Well, let me say I can't buy a fifth-hand car. I don't want to say second-hand because people can't afford that. I had a lady who told me she wanted some assistance getting some clothes for an interview because she didn't have a job. And I tell people all the time, when we people who don't have jobs to interviews, we need to find out if they have something to wear. Because if they weren't working, they probably don't got work clothes home. And they go to the interview, they don't want a bus fare to get there, so you gotta help them with that as well. In Barbados, it is so expensive to live that sometimes it is stifling for persons who are trying to start. Almost every single young person is can't wait to grow up. I remember when I was younger, I could not wait to grow up. I couldn't wait to work for my own money. I couldn't wait to live by myself. Oh God, I don't know why I have so much wishes. Because as soon as I grew up, I couldn't wait. I wish I could have go back to the days where I didn't have to pay bills, pay for rent, pay for food. Because on 420, oh God, I couldn't make it. I remember my first job when I came out of cosmetology school. I started my internship. I used to get $50 for the whole week. My uncle said I could pay you to stop home because honestly, that don't cover you bus fare. I was like, if I had to pay for this experience, I couldn't afford it. So we can struggle through. I can make it. We can get there. I got the job, but that job was only $300 a week. $300 a week. I told somebody I don't know how I used to get the math do, but I used to get it done. I never used to spend my paycheck. I used to save my paycheck and survive on tips. And if they didn't get tips, I didn't used to spend money. I remember my asked me, how you used to eat the same thing every week? I mean, every day for a whole week? I said, because I meal prep and this is in my budget. It was hard. And when I tell you I loved my job, my uncle used to say, you even going work in hurricanes, which I did. Which I did. When you love your job, you go. But sometimes love don't pay bills. And that was almost 10 years ago. So 10 years later, and cost of living higher, and the increase is only like $120. That can't even cover the basics. We at $420 and we doing a lot less than we was doing with 300. Because back then, $100 bill could carry about 5 or 6 bags. Now, $100 bill is one bag, 5 items. And if you can't afford to pay for the bag, because we pay for bags in Barbados, you just hold your 5 items in your hand and go home. I had a friend that was an accountant, and she said, Shakwani, I don't know why my grocery budget is not working. Every single month, I budget for a grocery budget, and I just can't afford it. Like, I'm going over budget every single month. How do you do it? I told her, this is your first problem. Every single time you make a purchase, like say she buy nuggets, hot dogs, and tuna. When the hot dogs run out, she going back and buy more hot dogs. I said, but no, you can't do it like that. You have to eat what you have home. Or not, you would always be going over your budget. That's like here with this government. Every time they tell you that they can do something, they must go pull it back. They always going over budget. Every single day, people wake up and they can't figure out how they can pay the bills that the debt collector is calling for you to pay for today. Not at the end of the week. Because in Barbados, we live bill to bill. Not paycheck to paycheck, bill to bill. Because 420 do not cover our expenses. I got friends who are nurses. Who are nurses,
They protect, they help, they look after you. When I tell you they can't get nothing done with their paycheck, because after taxes it's only $2,700 when the month come. And if you add 2 children to that, they're barely rotating per year right now. Nothing. It is so hard. Not even a line of credit they can get, because you know what? Most of them do not have permanent jobs. I have nurse friends who tell me they love their job so much, but the pay is nothing. They love it. They just can't afford to work as a nurse. They keep asking us, why are so many young people leaving Barbados to study and not coming back? And I keep telling my friends, what are you coming back for? To struggle? Because it is very hard here. Nobody wants to pay them for the degree they just spent thousands of dollars for. They can't afford to not be able to pay back, because you know they'll come for you. The only body that can owe in Barbados is the government. No Beijing can owe nobody nowhere unless you are the government in power. And this government, oh God, them is owe, but we can't owe them, not owe anybody. They, no, the bleeding. It is so hard in Barbados that we calculate when we go, you know. People say Beijing's always outside. Beijing's always outside Pancom tickets. We didn't pay to go to those events. We are influencers. They're paying us to attend. When I going out, I decide which events I'm going to. I tell my friends, like, you could get two events out of the whole crop over season, because tickets at $350. Obviously, who can afford to go out? People in the past, I used to hear my family talking about what they would do with their paycheck. And my grandmother told me that she would buy 10-cent snow cones. Yeah, a snow cone is about $5 now. So think about it. A 10-cent snow cone, and they was happy talking about how many things they could buy. And they always had. And now I'm working for more money, and I could barely afford a $5 snow cone. Because with my 420, I'm calculating what I can and what I cannot do. When you think about how difficult it is in Barbados with the cost to live here, you must consider that if you want to continue living here, you need to vote out this administration. Because if they continue to lead, it will cost us so much more to live here. When we say seats and moving, we mean that we are looking to take every single seat from them and move right to Parliament. We ain't leaving no seat behind. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
All right, thank you so very much, Shakwani. So when Shakwani started her speech, she started by speaking about the video that we did with the minivan. And a lot of persons commented and said that it was not in good taste. And I must apologize, because unfortunately I was the conductor in that video. And just letting everyone know that the scene where the young lady was thrown into the van, no juveniles were injured in the video, okay? Just letting everyone know that.
It was nice. Don't mind them.
We have a part 2 coming, and we have a part 3 and 4 coming as well. So trust and believe.
And I want me
You will see it. It's going to be a continuation for months and months to come. Yeah, because we believe to show the Barbados public what we are view as youth. Sorry, this is our culture. Band culture is our thing. So it was just a skit basically to have some fun with it basically. Not that we are trying to advertise that, you know, this is where to go, but we're just having some fun, people. Anyhow, the next speaker that we have right now is Mr. Rashid Belgrave. I don't know who knows about Rashid, but remember Vibes Cartel. Oh, yes. So Rashid is a former candidate for the Queen's Jersey Central. He's also an attorney at law with profession and a former youth national footballer. Now, Rashid has taken up the post as president of the Watford Football Club for over 10 years. So don't be tricked by the demeanor of this gentleman. This gentleman is a very fit gentleman, and he's going to come out here and share some of that interview with us tonight. Rashid, welcome. Yo, Democrats! I promised to be here tonight, but good night, yo, Democrats. How are you? There's getting a lot of VIPs in the crowd tonight. I see my senator, Ryan Walters. I see my one of my former MPs, Stephen Lashley. You have a very star-studded crowd tonight. Good night to you all. I'm very happy to be here and in the pool, to be taking the platform and to be encouraging the upward mobility of this party. Happy to see you as well. The young Democrats have a very integral part to play in this party. The what I like to call them the elders. I don't prefer people as old people. We like to be politically correct. So the elders would know that, back in the day, Arrow separated from another party to create his own party, right? And establish an ideology that carried us on through the years, down to 2025, multiple elections. So it is our job now as young Democrats to keep the energy and that ideology alive, to be a social democrat and understand what that's supposed to be. If you do a little history of the party, you would know Arrow mostly represented the farmers. He represented the working people from the classes where you wouldn't be associated with the plutocracy. That was the social democratic values that he instilled back in 1955, 56. And it did not, even in 1987 when he died, they did not come to an end. They keep on running. So I say that to say the party is bigger than any individual, and we have to keep the party going. Keep the ideology running and running. Because as young Democrats, it is up to us to lead the way. Am I right? Yeah. Young Democrats. Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't like that crowds. Everyone we did stop here and then roll over like government in the next election. We have to revitalize and re-energize the party. Yes, we had a very tumultuous 12 months, up and down. There was some locking out, there were some expulsions, but like one of the senior members of the party said, the doctor, he said, these things come and go. There's no party in the world that but it's ready to party down. And this is the time for us to show some character, young Democrats. This is the time. Yes, some of us have been frustrated. Yes, you have seen things in the media that we didn't like. Yes, you have people speak about the party, about things that they didn't like as the populace saying that were happening in the party. However, we remain intact and we remain committed to the people of Barbados, because the only thing we offer on this side is good representation. You don't offer good representation, and all in 2025 you still hear the name Arrow Barrow. You keep hearing the name David Thompson. When you offer good representation, people speak about you. People believe in you. People believe in the dream that you put forward. People want to hear and see what you could do for them. Even if you don't offer the train cakes or a little corned beef and biscuit, $300 in a red shirt. All right. So we are all of us are cognizant and aware of what is going on in the country. We don't have to rehash issues. We don't have to come here and repeat them where people could Google them and find them instantly. This is the age of instantaneous communication. You can Google anything and fact check anybody in real time. What our job as young Democrats, what we are supposed to do?
form the connection between the youth arm and the elder arm of the party, and then form our policies, what we would like to see in the future for our young people. So we can check the elders in the party where they're creating policy to always involve us. It's up to us to develop the party, develop the policies, yes, for sports, yes, for education, yes. Now, one of the things I would like to speak about tonight. Now, when we are in school, they will tell us, okay, study in the area where you are more likely to get a job in the future, correct? So when you're in primary school, going into secondary school, your money start running to where you would like to study, whether you can study in tourism, whether you can study law, being a doctor in medicine, whether study to be an architect. But being realistic, you only study things where you have the potential to get a job. So I'm not going to study bioengineering when more than likely you may get a job as an electrician. You understand where you're going with this? I would study electrical, masonry, or carpentry because that's the width of the jobs in Barbados. One of the major sectors is construction, then you have tourism. So if we want to expand these areas of study and opportunities, we got to expand the sectors as well. Because you don't only study tourism because if you may get a job in the tourism industry, you may have studied to become a lawyer because you may get a job as a lawyer in Barbados or the way the Caribbean. But what we need to do is expand these sectors to move from tourism, agriculture, construction, and start to look at different sectors. And as young people, what sectors we would like to look at? Robotics, art making, drone making. These are things that can spur a lot of opportunities and create a whole industry and a lot of jobs. So we gotta start thinking along the traditional lines of going to polytechnic and these skill jobs are good jobs. Don't get me wrong, but with the amount of people coming out to school every year, with the amount of people coming out to university every year, we can't just talk about life first to expand as well. And we have to put down another couple of sectors. And we can't just focus on tourism. We got to come up with how we can design this drone industry. Now, I got a point, but don't take me to task for it. There's some war going on in the world right now, Ukraine, Russia, etc. But have you realized there's a lot of use of drone warfare now, not the usual tanks and what's not. So you have countries producing at least 1,200 to 2,000 drones per day. Just do the maths. Every in Barbados have a small factory producing 2,000 drones per day and selling them at X amount. It provides a good opportunity for us to have engineers, technicians, salesmen, and it opens a whole wide category of jobs. So people, do not let us limit ourselves to what is before us. Let us expand and think beyond what could be. What could be in the next 5 or 10 years? That is really young Democrats supposed to start thinking. We're not supposed to be a part of what is going on. We are supposed to be futuristic. We are supposed to be pioneers. We're supposed to be developers and creators. We're supposed to be intelligent people, intelligent young people. We like to brag and boast that, oh, Barbados literacy rate is very high. We're very intelligent people. We need to start talking about it and start to put these things into practice. We can't go in the next election talking about what could be now. We got to go in the next election talking about what we could do 10 or 15 years down the road. How we would like Barbados to look. We don't just want Barbados to look like the Dubai of the Caribbean, but feel like the Dubai of the Caribbean. Do you agree? Yeah, we got to start thinking about where we want to go. Now, we have the other side. We don't reference them, but we have the other side turning Barbados into what we would perceive as the Dubai of Barbados. But we don't like to do champagne life with moppy pockets because as the country looking good and people still hurting, it don't make no sense. You only look good on the outside, you only look superficial, but people still hurting. How we could be doing good but people still feel like they're making ends meet? How we could be doing good when people still fighting in the courts for a little child support, over 10, 15 or $100 in child support? How we could be Dubai of the Caribbean? Are we not Dubaiing? The next point I would like to speak about is sports in the country. Now, as we realize, we like to turn on the TV and go by bars and watch sports and enjoy it from a distance away, from a screen, or we just like to buy some deputies and watch it, right? But we realize that these things pay a lot of money to these players. So why are we taking the development of sport as a very serious sector, not just a sector for extracurricular activities? You have you have teams spending hundreds of millions of dollars on players. Why we can't have a Barbadian player out there being spent hundreds of millions of dollars on them as well? We have to think outside the box. Stop thinking within the box. Just think that there's no box. There's unlimited opportunities. Now, there's a tournament in Barbados that is playing the Prime Minister's Cup. Now, some Democrats have an issue with the tournament or the name of the tournament. But let me tell you, I manage a whole team in the tournament, and I can tell you the benefits that the communities get. I can tell you the benefits that the players look forward for. I can tell you that the benefits that even the person that said it, the tanks, get a little pickle. So you want a tournament that is interjecting, my brother. You want a tournament that's interjecting finances and financial opportunities into the communities. Yeah, is a tournament structure that is community focused. Don't think that you're advertising the address policy. I'm saying that you have something that is working. Don't throw it out the door. Just try to make it better. If you want to call it the People's Tournament or whatever you want to call it, change your name. But in substance and in structure, is one of the best. It was one of the best tournaments in Barbados. I would say it. But what we could do as young Democrats, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We're not craftsmen. What we could do is modify the wheel and expand it to other sectors. You got volleyball, you got netball, even a little tennis. You can even go down. You could imagine a domino tournament playing for 100,000. You will see shots full of beer, old man. And young ones too. But understand where we need to go, where our mind needs to be. Our minds need to be opportunistic. Our minds need to be lucrative and seeking these opportunities. We need to develop not just ideologies and I want to play a part of politics. You have to take this thing very serious because politics is a serious game.
Richard?
Politically and financially. So as young Democrats, when you get into this game, don't think that you're going to become a target because you're in the yellow, you're in the blue. You become a representation of something, which is the Democratic Labour Party. You know, the smear name of the last decade, the smear name of internal peace, the smear name of the locking up. You know, we just sometimes we just give ammunition to the other side to shoot us with. But like I said, character is not built when you're up, character is built when you're down. And so far, let me tell you my inspiration right now. So far, when you see like Amoy, Simon, Deal, still Ryan, when you see the young people still on the battlefield and willing to take the battle to the other side, that is my inspiration. When they first joined the party, I don't know who can pay for you, but when they first joined the party, it was my honor to serve under Comrade Verla de Pisa. And who I was say to this day have one of the biggest backs in Barbados right now. Right. Strong.
Yeah, that's true.
Back. What I saw up front and personal, what she went through. No, we're not trying to shade at anybody. I just show respect to a person who I believe has what it takes to be in the arena. And we should learn from them. We should learn from what the party went through in the last 12 months, being done, being talked about. But we still remain committed to the ideology of making Barbados a better place. Now, you know, statistically speaking, because the government changes doesn't mean there's a drop in crime. Sometimes the line keeps going up. Sometimes with the change of government, there's an increase in crime. There's a demand for opportunities where opportunities don't lie. So Don't think that when the Democrats come into power that we can magically put crime aside, right? Because all know the firearms still coming in. So by the time we get in, it may go a lot more than we have right now. But what I'm saying to you is that our focus needs to be not on fixing crime politically, but fixing crime socially, because it is a social issue, not a political issue. Bullets don't wear a BLP flag. Bullets don't wear a BLP shirt. Bullets is wear a full metal jacket. So understand that this is not a political issue. This is an issue that we need to reach across the board. This is an issue that we need to consult the whole country, because if an incident happened in one spot of a community, you're not going to travel to that community anymore, not even to patronize a shop or buy a beer, even if you know the person who owns the shop, because you fear for your safety. You fear you fear even being on the spot because you don't even want to witness anything. That's what Barbados come to a fearful place because of the brazen actions of a few. This is not the whole society. This is not a reflection of what Barbados is in 2025. When we hear incident, it makes the paper, but that's because there's nothing else for them to talk about that would glorify any such actions. We don't hear about you don't hear about serial rapists. You don't hear about serial murders in Barbados. In Barbados, you hear about continuous shootings every day. So that is the problem. The problem isn't the poor, poverty. Yes, there are people that live in hard. But if you compare poverty in Barbados to poverty in other countries, you will understand that there's no communities with 1,000 people that take a life from the pool. And when the police kind of plug it out, they go bring the whole army. We're not in that level of poverty that we got widespread surveillance. You understand? So our problem with crime is fixable. It is fixable. We just need the gut and the spur and everything else to do it. We need to stand up to certain parts of society and say, well, look, we're not letting these firearms come through the ports of entry anymore. That is, regardless of what hit you may take, you got to stand up for the people and start standing up for other persons. Like I said, our borrower started this party on social democratic values. Social democratic values mean representing the working class. It's not the elite, it's not the bottom, it's not the middle. The whole Barbados is being affected by crime. So what we need to do as young Democrats, we need to start reaching out. We need to start from the youth. We need to start young. Now, granted, there's not every person mind that we will be able to change. You can't go and tell somebody or don't commit this offense. They're already conditioning to the situation. Why? Because the atmosphere in Barbados is quite brazen now. No one is thinking, there's no dispute and resolution, there's no relax. We need to lead young Democrats. We need to lead on this issue. We need to lead when it comes to dispute resolution. We need to, years ago, on the Democratic Labour Party, what was the advertisement on CBC? Crime and violence. You see, so what I'm saying to you, we have a track record on what? We have a track record on attending the major issues in this country, and I had a whole advertisement back in the day, a whole advertisement on crime and violence. But we don't need to replay that advertisement. But what we need to do is get on the ground. Get in between of these situations, try to mediate and foster some community relationships, because it's not the upper echelons are disintegrating. The communities are facing the violence and facing the backlash and the stigmatism. A person in the area may not even fire a gun or see a gun, but because they come from the area, they're being stigmatized. So these are the community relations that we need to get involved in, young Democrats. We saying seats are moving, so we gotta move seats and move again. We're going to move from one place and move to another, because it is our job to do what? Lead the way as young Democrats. Lead the way as young Democrats. And I thank you all. I thank you all for listening to me. That is the right subtle way to tell me that my time is up. But have a good night.
That ties a lot, Rashid. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Look, I want everybody up your seats. Come on, come on, come on, come. Get up, get up, get up, get up. There's a movement here tonight. A movement. Very cool. Very cool. What's up, man? I want to see more. It's not going to finish. Good. You warm up. We good to go. I want to introduce a young lady here tonight. She's the sports person for sports psychologist. She is a devoted mother. She is the candidate for St. Michael North and future representative of that constituency. Take a clap for that. I want to introduce here tonight Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong. You stand strong. It's time for us.
You know, I always say before we embark on anything, when we enter into public service, oftentimes people think it is about us. But really, when we think about how much we love this party and this country, and I hear people say all the time, you know, young people, they don't want work. Young people, they don't want anything. Young people just want handouts, you know, and I listen to the young people speak and I hear. And I say that this Democratic Labour Party, we are overhating this thing called politics when it comes to the youth. And this Democratic Labour Party has dared youth of this country to dream. This Democratic Labour Party has dared the youth of this country to believe. This Democratic Labour Party has uplifted the young people of this nation for decades. And you come and ask young people for more. You ask young people to be innovative in the face of adversity. You ask them to have plenty or to find plenty where there is nothing. I say even though Barbados is a barren land, and we come here saying we're not calling names, the Barbados Labour Party has destroyed this country for our youth. The Barbados Labour Party is destroying the future of this country. The Barbados Labour Party is ruining futures in this country as we speak, reducing youth and young adulthood to revelry, to dancing, to parties. And I don't fault the young people because the easiest thing to do when you have your issues is to ignore them. And the Barbados Labour Party came into government off the back of young people 18, promising our young people jobs, promising our young people betterment. And today in 2025, young people are suffering worse than they ever have been under this government in this country. I was of the generation of a graduate in every household. Over 2 decades ago, it was preached. A graduate in every household, a graduate in every household. Education is the key to social mobility. A graduate in every household. And now you look in every household, and almost every one of those graduates are unemployed in this country. And it hurt my heart to see you graduation with all the beaming smiles and everybody bright and white. And after the celebrations have ended, no prospects, no work. And you look at young people and tell them if they want opportunities, they have to leave these shores. But I tell you, young people, this world is unkind to people who are not born in the country that they migrate to. I challenge this Barbados Labour Party government to begin to provide opportunities for Barbadian youth. I challenge this Barbados Labour Party government to begin to fulfill the mandate that they promised these young people in 2018, in 2022. The Barbados Labour Party has reduced voting to transactions. If you want me to do something for you, you must do something for me. People are tired. Our young people are fed up. I say the Barbados Labour Party has single-handedly killed dreams in this country. The Barbados Labour Party seeks to reduce our young people to nothing. The Barbados Labour Party seeks to reduce our young people to begging and scavenging. They seek to call young people to be hopeless because they want to be the hope in this country. The Barbados Labour Party wants to be the be-all and the end-all, the alpha and the omega. But I say tonight that the Barbados Labour Party and the reign that they have over this country will come to an end. And wherever you hear my voice, from here to the top of Bay Street, to the middle of Bridgetown, the time for the Barbados Labour Party to end governance in this country is upon us. And every young person that can hear my voice, we challenge you to rise up. Elections are upon us and your vote counts. Do not let anybody tell you that the Democratic Labour Party cannot do anything for you. The Democratic Labour Party has done everything for young people in this country. The Democratic Labour Party has done everything for millennials in this country. And it frustrates me to hear 25 to 40 years old talking about what the Democratic Labour Party has done for them. The Democratic Labour Party has ensured that poor working class children in this country can live in the heights and terraces of today. The Democratic Labour Party has ensured that children that have come from poor households without meals to eat would not miss schools. But in this country right now, children cannot go to school because their parents cannot put food on the tables. And yet people walk around and brag about a 30 love. 30 love has gotten us nowhere. This country is where it was back in 1980. People standing in town in the hot sun waiting for a check. And now you're sending out letters saying your $1,300 will be with you before Christmas. I say, Barbadians, wake up. It is not just about the young Democrats. It is about the future of this country. Where do you see Barbados in 10 years? I see it being ruled by the Democratic Labour Party. But you have to believe it. This Democratic Labour Party that has done everything for young people like me. And some of our young people have been reduced to pimping for this Barbados Labour Party. Some of our young people have been reduced to so-called influencing for this Barbados Labour Party just to put money in their pockets. But I say a time will come when this will be exposed. And I hear somebody saying, oh, you study where you find money and you study. No, you study where your heart desires. Because this government is supposed to provide. And I refuse to see our young people with weed whackers, with hoes, with blowers, So your employment is not secure. Young people that don't know how to register businesses, that don't know how to pay NIS. Young people dropping into wells, being maimed and disfigured. Parents don't want to speak up because they don't want the child lose a little bit. That is what this country has been reduced to in 2025. Back in the day, we could have revered in getting a government job. And everybody that hears me knows it. Every government job now is on 3-month contracts. 3-month rolling contracts. People have been working for years in government since 2018. And every 3 months they don't know if they have a job. But yet people prancing around about the Barbados Labour Party. The Barbados Labour Party cares nothing about you. The Barbados Labour Party cares nothing about you. Sit and watch. 1 month away from 2026 and they're gearing up for it. Sit and watch. Storing up all of the resources to release them for the next election. Right? Because they know that where people lack, anything would do. But I beg my people, if you hear my voice, sometimes you must fast. Sometimes you must do it out. Sometimes you must know how to cut your eyes, cut your nose and spoil your features. If you know how to starve, you will eat from anybody. If you do not know how to stay hungry, you will eat from anybody. You do not know how to miss a meal in 2025. The Barbados Labour Party will come with money. You spend it in the supermarket in a week, come back in 5 years, and bring another $300 and tell you to vote for them. Listen to me, Barbadians. In the next month, you must know how to fast. And we are not just talking spiritually. You must know how to tell the politicians, do not come at my door. You know, the 30 constituencies, you don't see these people. We gathering come through in a lodge last week and people shut the windows. Look up on the nation, oh, everyone is so happy to see the people. It's so dead in a lodge right now that the Prime Minister put the sitting MPs and drive the truck and she at the back, nobody's selling looking. Nobody's selling looking. Get here before he get out and talk to the people and mingle, he driving a truck. The Prime Minister cannot help you in that seat. The people are tired of the Barbados Labour Party. Shut off your phones for 24 hours. The Barbados Labour Party has no substance. The Barbados Labour Party has nothing to offer. They pay influencers even now to go in the comments on the newspapers to make you think that the Democratic Labour Party is dead. But as we are canvassing and working, begging for the Democratic Labour Party, let us surprise them in the next election. And I say that this time is likened to 2008, and I know y'all were around. And in certain news outlets say they're not defame them. The BLP meetings full of people, right shirt, Caesar right, Caesar right. And they had crickets at the Dems meeting, oh, the Dems this. And what happened? They lost the government. The majority of the country are Dems. I challenge my Dems to rise up.
Rise up, Dems.
In the face of fear-mongering, rise up. When you stand strong, people cannot do anything to you. Rise up. One person speaking for 30 MPs. You voted in a representative who does not have a say. And every single time the Democratic Labour Party speaks, the Democratic ready. No, the Barbados Labour Party is not ready because there is no way you sat in opposition for 10 years and you bring out the whole of Barbados Barbados to march against the then government. And look at what you're doing to Barbadians now. Every flame that is being lit against this government, people losing their jobs, parents frightened. Oh, well, you know, my son got a little bit, so I can't. No, this is not Barbados. No government should hold a country hostage. No government should demand your loyalty. Where our forefathers worked and toils and struggles to ensure that we as Barbadian citizens, we as Barbadian youth, have a fair start. The Barbados Labour Party has pulled the rug from under our feet and then tell us that we are not standing. We're not on good ground. But yet when you see people come to say, Michael North, oh, you're working with Domry. Oh, you're working with Domry. Yes, they're working with Domry. And yes, they're working with me. I'm not afraid of the Barbados Labour Party. They don't give me nothing. Overqualified and underpaid. I still will never join the Barbados Labour Party. Do not ask. They can't buy me. I don't need anything. I don't eat from every plate, and when they can't poison me. So don't trouble yourselves. Yes, you have your university degrees and you're not making as much as you should. But if the government equips you with the strategies for you to be successful, you will thrive. They have made us compare ourselves to other people, compare ourselves to each other. Oh, this body doing better, this body well, okay, or this body doing this body doing that. You thinking that your life means nothing because you don't have these materialistic things, and you are not traveling with anybody, and you're not in any contingent. Listen to me, right? Where do flies go? I leave you to answer that question. Where do you see flies? Where do you see flies? When everybody with the Barbados Dems said, listen to me, right? People go where they think they can gain. People go where they think there will be popularity. The majority of people want to identify with something. Hear me out, because identity runs deep. Notice I said identify with something. But you know what the hurtful thing about it is? And I say do not hold it against them because this country is for all. When they come back to the Democratic Labour Party, welcome them. When they tell us, oh, don't knock at this house, so is a beat. No, knock at every house, because you know what? This country looking after each and every Bajan is what ensured that we were the nation that we once were. Politics has divided us. The Barbados Labour Party ran a campaign based on division, and they won. And they divide us even further. Red and yellow, blue and red. Young people, hear me. All is not lost. Life in this country is not as bad as we think. The Barbados Labour Party is making it appear worse. Because if they can keep you needy, it means they can always have your vote. Listen to me, young people, 18 to 40 years old, and I will tell you something that no one has ever told you. The majority of voters in this country are 50 plus. Governments lose popularity. Young people aren't voting for the Barbados Labour Party. Don't let anybody trick you. Do what you need to do. Do what is right. Stand with us. Join the Young Dems and let us reclaim this nation and restore it to what it once was. I thank you.
Say.
I, I may be judged for saying this, but this is the first time that I've actually listened to Dawn speak. And Dawn, I've never realized that you were so passionate, to be honest. I see that. And we love you, Dawn. We love you. And right now, you are basically the embodiment of our slogan, which is seats and moving. What is it? Seats and moving. Seats and moving. Seats and moving. That's what we're working on this year. Seats and moving. Yes. So the next speaker that is coming up is the man that got the moves like Jagger. But in all seriousness, Zico John. Zico John is a youth advocate and a motivational speaker, managing director and owner of Quality Convenience Services. Zico has led several charitable initiatives across Barbados with focus on community development. His journey from gang involvement to purpose-driven advocacy has positioned him as a champion for youth empowerment and social justice across Barbados and the Caribbean. He also serves as a behavioral counselor within the juvenile prison system and works with drug education and counseling services, supporting young people and overcoming challenges and pursuing better futures. Zico John. He moves like Jagger. We are the oldest and new generation. We rise with the key. There is a brighter future for all. Now in the road, now we have the right.
All right,
Good evening. Good evening, all spectators, participators, innovators, game changers, dream chasers. Good evening. Youth already standing on business.
Correct.
Seats and moving. Ignite weekend. The fire is definitely blazing right now. The fire is definitely blazing right now. And the passion that just came over this mic just now, if it wasn't ignited, I guarantee ignite now. I'm banning right down. Right down. So today, I want to talk about something that's been plaguing and destroying and eroding the spiritual and cultural fabric of Barbados. And that is gang violence. And I want to give it a twist. I want to bring it from a different lens. I want to bring it from a place that I guess people don't see it from. And hope that I can not just speak about this issue, but I can also bring some remedy and some, some resolve to it so we can really and truly do something about what's been failing these young people. Too many lost. Generation upon generation, too many men full of potential, too many girls just lost in the system, and we have to do something about it. We need to do something about it, and we will do something about it. So, as a person who have inflicted violence and a person who also been a recipient of said violence, people normally ask me, why do I think that violence is so rampant in Barbados? What's one thing you would say why violence is so rampant in Barbados? And I usually say one particular thing. Yeah, people can say, broken homes, lack of opportunity, jobs, etc. Which is some stuff that I will touch on. Yes, it's true. But it's this one particular thing that people overlook so much. And that one particular thing is something called pain. Pain. Too many young men frustrated. Too many young men have witnessed trauma, witnessed losing a brother or sister. Seeing the mother fighting to provide, seeing the grandmother begging for health care, having to operate, and especially in undeveloped minds like mine. When I had to witness my blood being shot down in broad daylight in Nelson Street, where I was born and raised, just a few feet away from us. An undeveloped brain obviously will be impacted by something like this. Me as a young boy going to school where his best friend was killed in secondary school, he was robbed and beaten with a baseball bat and stabbed in his head. How you feel that would impact me as a young undeveloped brain? And then we wonder, where they got so much gangs? Where they got so much violence? We expect for people to go to war. When they go to war, they come back. And they get through, some mental evaluation and some counseling, and everything is good. But we don't ever stop to think, what happens to that young man when you witness his blood, his own flesh and blood on the concrete, being shot 5 times by someone who paid somebody $1,000 and they paid 10 minutes to kill him. For someone who had lost their best friend at school due to violence, you don't think that would impact an individual? But we overlook it all the time. We overlook it and say, well, tough love. My condolences, and we move on. And then we wonder why there's so much. I can tell you why there's so much gangs and violence within the country right now. The reason why there's so much gangs and violence in the country right now is because of this word I call pain. Pain that when you've made a mistake in life and you go to prison and you do your time, you come back out and people asking, well, what are you going to do with your life? And you go for a job and you can't get a job because they go and count police certificate of character. I mean, count this police certificate of character and tell you, well, you messed up. So what going to happen? You got a whole bunch of individuals coming back home and congregating back on the block and sending a breeze. And what you feel happen? A whole bunch of young people sitting down feeling abandoned and neglected. What will you feel would happen? What will you feel will happen when somebody frustrated to know they have no one to turn to and to talk to? Because guess what? Daddy have gone to prison and mommy had to raise them on their own, so now they're craving masculine energy. So where do you find it? Where we've turned our back. We've talked about curriculums like maths and English, but guess what? My recommendation should be that there should be small groups in schools where people can come and congregate and talk with this counseling and guidance counselors coming to talk to them about the things that they witness and the things that they face daily. We can't bend the tree when it grows. We got to bend the tree now. But still yet people want to know why there's so much gangs and violence. When we've shown people that we don't care about your pain, we don't care about your frustration, we don't care about you was abandoned, don't care that you was neglected. And then you wonder why there's so much gangs and violence? When this group of abandoned, neglected young people decides to congregate and form a bond and a brotherhood and decide, well, I got you back once, you got mine. And then they come and realize, you see what? Forget politicians. Politicians carry such a negative connotation. And guess what? Looking at this current affairs right now, what's happening within the government, I don't blame them. How could I blame them? When they be reaching out asking for help and assistance, only to be turned away time and time again, for people to turn up their nose at them and say, sorry, can't help you, my brother. So when these young people decide to come together and form this brotherhood, as someone would call it a gang, some of them, for them, it's called them family. Are we promoting what they're doing is right? Of course not. I condemn it to the fullest. But do I understand it? Yes. Can I relate? Yes. And in order to fix a problem first, you must understand and see what it is that you have to fix first. We always use copy and paste. So, oh, this is what happened, this is what we gotta do. No. What are we gonna do about it? How are we gonna go about it? What are the programs that we're gonna put in place? You can't rely on this current government to fix it for you. There's no opportunities, there's no resources, there's so much lack of ways where they can direct their energy and focus. When it was coming up, there was something called Dance Fest. Where is it now? Where young men would have come together and find a farmer born where they would have come together and find a common interest and a common talent, and they learned leadership, they learned discipline, and they came together and they put the energy and the determination to do something where they completed and they liked it. Even if you was a dancer, you wanted to be a part of it. Well, you wanted to be a part of it because there was a brotherhood, there was a sense of belonging. And everybody didn't want to go out there and shoot a gun. Everybody didn't want to go out there and rob somebody. And that was the beginning of my turnaround. When I had something to do, where I could have put my energy and focus into. There's no longer that. Tell me what is that? Now we got regatherings and jump up and down and walk up this and that, and all different kinds of things. But we have nothing for the youth to place and put their energy into. And we wonder why there's so much gangs and violence and shootings in the country. When there's so much neglected, abandoned young individuals, misenfranchised, misused, and abused, punished. What happened? Eventually your heart becomes cold. Eventually you fall into a place of survival. And once you get into that survival mentality, it becomes primal. You ever see people operate in a place of security when they believe you ain't gonna be nothing left? And the worst thing for anybody is to be in that place of despair where you lost hope. Generation which has lost hope in its people and its leaders is a very dangerous generation that will be brought in. They said the boy who is ignored by his village will eventually burn that village to feel its warmth. Now we got so many young men in the corner being destructive to that same village that neglected and abandoned and turned their nose on them. And they formed their own government. They formed their own organization where they be able to provide for each other by illegal means or any means necessary. How are we going to rescue them? First, we must understand that we care. Having this discussion right now where we have young people who speak passionately and boldly and unafraid to say what is going on in today's society. Unafraid to let and speak truth to power and say, well, listen, you can't fool us with a t-shirt and do you understand when you all say, well, yes, unemployment is at its lowest? You can't fool them. You can't fool the people. How you can fool people every day trying to make ends meet and realizing that they're trying to be the honest guy, they're trying to make it work, but it never works. No, what happens and why? Guess what happens? Too many young men and women falling through the cracks within the school system. What happens when you can't even get your school in order? Months in advance, and you know for sure school has to start, and still you can't give it environmental issues. And then you say young people is our priority. How is that? But still yet you ready for Carrie Festa, and you ready for rum and food, and you ready for regatherings, but you still ain't ready for school for the young people ready to come and learn. And then you say we care. Oh. What do you care about? Do you care about borrowing more? So you can make who have more? And then what happens is the people who see this and their reality is this. And guess what happens? Eventually they desensitize. Nature eventually grips their heart. And when it grips their heart to a place where, you know what? This is the jungle. And then kill or be killed is introduced to the hearts of man. And when kill or be killed is introduced to the hearts of man, this is what we see in our streets. The bloodshed, the shooting in broad daylight, the things that we see every day, robbing the old woman, robbing the old man, not caring, not having compassion, not having empathy for your fellow man. The reason why, because they did not have any for you. Why would you care when no one cares about you? Because our undeveloped brain had witnessed so much trauma. That undeveloped brain had witnessed so much killing. That undeveloped brain, when he decides to go in a van and he listen to some music before he could get school, all he hear was about big gun and shoot this and shoot that. That undeveloped brain eventually will be influenced. So you can say yes, but it's the parents' fault. To some degree, yes it is, but the parents is not the only influence. We have to put things in place to protect our young people. We have to put things in place to help our young people be nurtured in the right things and to protect them. Let me give y'all this situation. I go every week and I do behavioral therapies in the prison. Talk to young men daily. And it is no longer even surprising to me that the majority of them did what they did. And you know what they said? I had to risk it for the biscuit, as young people will say. They had to risk it for the biscuit. You know what? I had to risk it for the biscuit? Because nobody showed them another way. Young people are not stupid. Young people turn on the TV every single day. Young people walk the streets every single day. Young people send in applications every single day. Young people leave school with degrees and really still yet they can't get a job. Young people are not stupid. And then yet people could come on and talk about vote for us, be here, be this, be that. How much more are we going to allow people to manipulate us? We can't be from biscuit politics. We've given them time. Y'all have seen it for yourselves. What was the end product? Look at our young people. What is the end product? Look at the schools. What was the end product? Look at the overcrowded prisons. What is the end product? And then when they go and you say, yes, we are your representatives, but still yet get to no representation. And then yet you go point at the government and say, look at what they did in the past. What you're doing now? Tell me what you're doing now. No longer be influenced by wonderful speaking and people coming up and calling you all my friends. But if you're my friend, we need improvement and we need change. And if you want change, we will change you. Seats and moving. Seats and moving. And if you think that they've reached a place where they become so complacent and believing and be like, oh, it was before, I tell you no, because there's a group of people coming very radical. There's a group of people coming with determination. There's a group of people that had enough and they say, you know what, you can't fool us with that no more. And there is seats and moving. And let me tell you this here right now, there will be seats.
Oh, look at that move.
So before I close, I want to remind you all this. When I talk to these young men in the juvenile system and what's not, all I hear is pain. So yes, lack of infrastructure. Yes, I believe we should have certain things in school where they could be able to talk about the problems and things that they witness, the trauma. I believe that there should be certain programs back to community various community centers where they can go and they can study, they can learn coding, they can learn new innovative ideas. We can put things in place where they can actually refocus back in their energy. I also would recommend for those ex-cons and those who are at risk that there be tax incentives for businesses who bring them up on board or who hire them. So that will be them on the wayside and wait for them to commit some level of destruction because no one look back upon them. Everybody mistake, and don't blame somebody else because they sin different than you, or don't blame somebody else because they did something when they was not brain had not fully developed or they was influenced otherwise. Put things in place to help those who feel forsaken. So before I'm going, remember this: seats and moving. And seats will be moving. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Machaga. The man with all of the styles in the world, man. Go John. Thank you. All right. So next, we are going to have a very, very, very talented young gentleman to give us a little spoken word piece. His name is Timon Howard, and he's doing a piece for us tonight called Mirror Image. So think about that for a second. Michael Jackson actually said it for us. Take a look at the man in the mirror and self-reflect for a moment. Think about the economy right now. Think about the Barbados that we're living in right now. These are the questions we need to be asking ourselves sometimes, like, what am I looking at? What am I seeing? Stop with letting the glitter get in your eyes and you're not really looking at yourself. Look at yourself. Look at the Barbados that we're living in right now. And think about what we want it to be and what we're actually seeing. Perspective is always everything. But let me not do my spoken word piece. Let the professionals do it first, okay? Yeah. Thank you very much, buddy. You're a good man. You're a good wing man. Mr. Timon.
I've heard them say that the children are the future. I've heard their pain, asking what we gonna do. Say we've gone astray, don't know how to stop from lose. Yeah, I'm here today, hoping to discuss solutions. Who are we and who do we wish to be? What holds you back? Tell me, do you long for freedom? How is it we run from true education? Don't you know that's the way to free yourself from the shackles of indoctrination through generations? Worldly influences and distractions from our purpose. Negativity and doubt that would diminish your worth and stop us succeeding. Stop us succeeding. What I wish to speak to you about further and very briefly here this evening is about you, about yourself. I want to know, what kind of mirror image do you have of yourself? Do you really like yourselves? There are too many people in Barbados who despise themselves, and their dislike of themselves reflects in their dislike of other people. Based on the longest reference I have found in audiovisual form, this is how the late Earl Walton Barrow started his mirror image speech. And there's a saying that says, you know, this body would roll in them grave if them see what happened. But contrary to popular belief, the dead do not roll in their graves, but we living people deal with the problems that the living create. And that being said, let's begin. What is the mirror image reflected in the state of the nation and the eyes of the people? Not the navigation system of a political party. Note I say the navigation system and not the vehicle. Uncalculatedly, we just hop on uncoordinated campaigning bandwagons and expect them to take us anywhere than where suit them and be. When we ain't even too sure sometimes where we trying to get the way I see it. Just like my brother Theory Giddens says, we would not progress until we are free from political dependency. BLP, DLP, FLP. Because why the France, it matter who LP. Yes, we all need help, a support system, a community, but to integrate into that there helpfully we gotta start saying, let me help me. We just look out for politicians sometimes to do too much of what they ain't looking to be doing. You really think a task force, special committee, or press conference alone could really ever stop all the shootings, lower the cost of living, or reform schooling? It cannot be me that you think you're fooling. I was talking to a gentleman the other day and he said, all the government gotta do is show we them brain, and it's up to we. It's up to we to then see if we think them got what it takes to uphold their end of the deal. Well, we do our part to put our presence of mind to the problems plaguing we, the nation, and pen to paper in ways of wisdom, not wistful wishing, but purposeful presentation and planning in understanding what the hell it is that we want. And then, as we write the vision and make it plain, supporting not party, but people who have true representation of our interests as the aim of their game, maybe then we would see more beneficial policies landed for consideration, and maybe then we would even see satisfactory implementation. We gotta be smart about it. We gotta be smart about it, because when the agendas of the few in power don't reflect the desires of the people, before we blame them, we gotta blame ourselves for that piss poor mirror image. Because we put them there. Not to do junk, but at the end of the day, we put them there. So, take sense from nonsense. When a politician start coming around the neighborhood talking, and you ain't seen nothing from them since last silly season, ask yourself and ask them, what is the reason? I tell you to ask serious questions. We go on independent, we go on republic, we free from monarchy, so asking these potential leaders what going on can't be treason. Please. Let we stay focused, thinking about what we need. And indeed, instead of just investigating the issues at hand to form an equitably beneficial plan, some who are here and elsewhere would probably want to frame this fire I spit as a product of pyromania and say that I just against the institution and want to see it all burn because of the attention I trying to bring to the existing Westminster system's hidden hellfire flames flickering, flick of wrist, sleight of hand at its core, exposing their matrix. Dispelling it. Like a movie set, some want to shift what is seen to small screens, dealing cloak and dollar, telling clock, bow stories, smoke and mirrors, biscuits and corned beef, counting on what Kamau deems unholdable hands and unkissable lips, unreliable objects of reflections called memories, to fail we, and let it play out to suit them. So please, let me stay focused, thinking about what will suit me. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I done.
Yes. Listen, audience.
Let's welcome the political leader of the Democratic Labour Party, Welcome, sir.
Good night, sir. Good night, sir. Yes.
A good man.
I'm so sorry for doing this. This is so impromptu. But that young gentleman just came here. I don't know if everyone really listened to the lyrics that guy just spoke. The spoken word that he just spoke touched me like I was not expecting. He was acting so mysterious earlier. And I listened to every single word he just said, and he captured me. We need to look into the mirror. We need to get the glitter out of our eyes. That was talent. And that really shows what Barbados has to offer. That is basically getting shoved under the rug. That was greatness, as simple as it was, guys. So sorry about that, but continue. That's right. So to the audience, listen, here we're going on. I am the face of cardio. 22 years. Lord. All right. Yes. So I'm a big poet, but the speakers tonight, they spewed no calf pure facts. Peoples, we must clap for that. So the next speaker I want to introduce him. This young gentleman. I don't want him to come up. Come, Dale. Come, Dale. No, sorry. This young gentleman here, on the 25th of December 2024, this young gentleman was on the road. He was giving gifts to the disadvantaged people, the disadvantaged children of this country. The leader who continues the fight we can fight. He's a strong, positive young man. Mr. Gero, I'm proud to call you my friend. Yeah. Keep doing your thing, bro. That's the love. And by extension, he is going to be the future representative of this city here. This city. Yeah, peoples. Yeah, Democratic Labour Party. Evening, young Democrats. I want to say a special good evening to Mr. Thorne, our president and political leader. I want to shout out Mr. Andrea Worrell, senator. I want to shout out Mr. Ryan Walters, our senator. Enough love and respect to Janine for pulling off a fantastic youth weekend. And I want to commend everybody that worked in the background, Marcia Weeks, her husband, and the whole planning committee. Today, I want to talk about future, the Barbados future. Our future is the young people. Oftentimes, when I move around in the city, I meet different young people, every single day. And one particular young gentleman, he has CXC's heavy duty license, forklift license, and he would have applied to different companies in the city as it relates to driving forklift. He used his city address and was not successful to get a phone call for an interview. What this young guy did, he used a family member who does not live in the city. He used that address, and within 3 weeks, he received a call from the same company that he used his city address. That's one scenario. Scenario number 2, there's a lady, a single mother, one son, and she's doing everything in her willpower to get employment. She submitted so many different applications using the city address, and no one gave her an opportunity. This lady had to convert her living room as a shop to sell snacks, drinks, and small items so that she could provide food for her son. But let me be real. How much traffic can this one individual generate at her small variety when she have to leave her home, go Robert Street, purchase stuff from the snack stores, take it back to her residence upon a small profit? Other people from in the area will also go to the same Robert Street to buy the same snacks. So how is this family surviving? Scenario number 3. There's a young gentleman from the city as well. Started working at a fast food restaurant on the South Coast. And he started working. They did not give him a contract to start, 1. 2, he was hired as a porter. And this guy was so eager to work. He did every single thing they asked him to do. They asked him to prep food, he was there. They asked him to cash, he was there. They asked him to run errands, he did it all.
all because he wanted employment. Within his second week, he said to the management, so I thought I was hired to do the reporter. What they did, they then fired the young guy on his second week. No explanation, he were dismissed. True stories that happen and true stories that people are faced with every single day in the city. We also have young people work 24 hours a week and have to pay $200 in rent. Some pay $250 in rent. But when you're working 24 hours multiplied by $10.50, let me round it off about $250. How are these persons even surviving? How are these persons eating? But yet still we have a prime minister that focus on traveling. We have a prime minister that focus on a week gathering. But yet still we have people in Barbados, young people in Barbados hungry. Young people in Barbados cannot get employment. And this is a government that claim to care. I observe so many persons need housing in the city, but we're gonna take prime real estate and give it to a foreign bank for free. We could create housing, one, we could extend the hospital, two, and then these things can be used to create employment for the persons in the city. When we look at the society today, and we want to talk about gun violence and young men being on the block, we had two scenarios with two young men from the city. One started the employment and one had to change his address to get employment. What are we telling the young people? We don't care. And then when the bosses see these young guys say, you know what, my sweet there for me, gonna run this errand for me. And these bosses are community leaders. Those are the persons that helping these young boys support their families. So what do you think as a people, what do you think that gonna happen when the young men only form of income is living on the block? They will do anything to protect the bosses. They will do anything to keep that steady income. We need real opportunity. We need a government that can provide solutions, not a government that just have bare pretty slogans, bare big slogans, and no talk or no action behind it. When we look at all the areas in the city, so much neglect, no kind of representation, none for the past 2 terms. Me, when I observe, it's like, how can you say you want to represent people and you're not there to represent people? You're not coming with solutions. You're not coming with programs to help young people. When we look at the crime rate, when we look at the crime rate, example today, 3 young guys approach established business and one lost his life. So what I'm saying is, we have these young men leaving school with CXCs, some leave school without CXCs. Where are the opportunities for these persons? We have over 2,000 people leaving school every year. And only approximately, let's say, about 400 going for studies. A lot of families in the city cannot afford to send children to the BCC or to UB. Employment. They have to then look to steal, sell drugs, get involved in crime. A lot of young people don't want to be involved in crime. There's no opportunities for young people in Barbados. There's no opportunities for young people in the city. Themselves, their families, and those around them in the loop of everything. They talk about bountiful. I am not saying no kind of investment, no kind of assistance, no kind of grants for the people in the city. We need a government, and we, the Democratic Labour Party, will be that government that stands and represents people. Will be that government that focuses on youth development and career development. Because just dealing with a Prime Minister's cut is not all. Dealing with regathering is not all. We need to put things in place. When I speak to my comrades and I listen to my fellow comrades, the Democratic Labour Party candidates under the leadership of Mr. Ralph Thorne, we are ready. We are ready to take this government. We are ready to remove all of those hardships that Barbadians face. The cost of living we're going to look at. We're going to focus heavily on the crime situation. And most importantly, we're going to create programs to help young people in Barbados. Because at the end of the day, our future is you, the young people. Our future depends on you, the young people. But if we keep on neglecting the young people, pushing young people aside, what you think will happen? They will continue the cycle of getting involved in crime, violence, and idolizing those persons that wear all of the gold, smoke weed, lime on the blocks. Young people will continue to idolize. We need a government, and that government is this new Democratic Labour Party led by Mr. Ralph Thorne. And I guarantee you that to be good citizens. I'm going to end by saying, Barbadians, please let us open our eyes. Why should the hospital have to do $100,000 campaign for equipment? Why the government just give away the land with nothing in place for us to benefit from? Why the government want to, the government have a problem in the schools right now. And the problem is they cannot get the young people control. They cannot get the young people to do what is necessary. You know why? Because the government is a careless government. If they can't manage education, they can't manage resources, how can they manage this country? I am saying it's time for the Barbados Labour Party to step aside and let the Democratic Labour Party take over and do proper service to the people. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raw, aka King, as you call yourself so frequently. So Dale and I have been friends for over 10 years. We actually worked together in the service industry. He was a wine sommelier in his younger years, and he has the knowledge to tell you by the taste of a wine where or what type of dirt the wine was grown in. This is the guy that takes detail to a different level. However, the next speaker that we have coming up is Miss Janine Butcher, as they call her, Madam President. I have had the privilege of working under or serving under Janine Butcher for the last year, technically. And I have never seen such a assiduous woman. Janine is the most hardworking woman I have ever met in my life.
Say it again.
Janine, I don't know if she just used Duracell or GB. I don't know which battery she used, but I know
Energize it, brother.
just keeps going and going and going and going. That is what she does. Janine messages at 12 in the morning to remind us about small little details that are so important and intricate, but you know, she just always is that person that is there to continue making sure that this happens. Today would not be possible without Janine Butcher's help. And I really want to give her a round of applause for that before I even tell you more about her. So Janine. Janine Person is the chairperson of the St. Philip North Branch. She's also a member of the Executive Council and the president, as I said, of the Young Democrats. Janine is a leader driven by purpose, vision, and faith, and guided by Jeremiah 29:11, which states, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you, not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." And grounded in that belief that the future is now, Janine just keeps driving and driving and driving and driving. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I would ask you so kindly, I know some of us may be tired, to just stand and give this young lady that is about to come to the stage a round of applause for her hard work and dedication. Miss Janine Butcher, Madam President. Change, we need change.
Good night, Barbados. I'm just gonna let you guys know that this is actually my first political speech in such a large crowd. And I just ask you to bear with me if you hear me making any mistakes, huh? Good evening to you guys. It's a pleasure to be here with you at this Seats and Moving movement that we are doing here with the Young Democrats. As leader of the Young Democrats, I stand before you tonight with pride, hope, and determination. I see in this space right here at Savion Debate the energy, the passion, and the power of our nation's future. And let me tell you something. We are ready for change. You heard the sound just now? We want change. We need change, and we, the youth of Barbados, will be that change.
Correct.
Look around. This is not just a gathering. This is a movement. And the time for action is now. That's why we say to you, it is seats and moving. The youth of Barbados are standing up, strong and standing on business. Barbados is a nation with immense talent, creativity, and potential. Yet too often, our voices are ignored as young people. Too often, opportunities are missed. But tonight, we declare that the youth of Barbados are no longer silent on matters of interest. We are a movement towards change. We are a movement built on fairness, accountability, and opportunity for all. We are here to lead, to inspire, and to create a Barbados where every young person has a chance to thrive and to grow. Leadership is not just about position or titles. Leadership is about action, integrity, and service. It is about lifting others, inspiring change, and turning vision into reality. That is the kind of leadership that we provide here as Young Democrats and in the Democratic Labour Party. And together, we will grow. Change does not come to those who wait. Change comes to those who rise, to those who organize and demand better. Empower every young person tonight to stand up, speak out, and stand tall. Take your place in this nation's future. As your leader, I promise to amplify your voices, champion your ideas, and hold those in power accountable. Leadership is not a one-person job. It requires all of us to get on board. Every single young person standing here tonight, let's continue to say seats are moving. Let me hear you say seats are moving. Step forward, Barbados. Step forward, young people. We will continue to challenge the outdated systems, push for policies that empower youth, create jobs, and strengthen communities. We will show that the youth of Barbados are not just waiting on the sidelines. We are the leaders of today, and we continue to stand on business. Look around. Every person here has a spark. And when that spark becomes a fire, we all ignite. A fire capable of lighting up your nation, inspiring generations, and igniting real, lasting change. History tells us that great movements begin with the young people, and it also happens right here within the Democratic Labour Party. And tonight we say that enough is enough. We will not wait. We will act. That is who we are. That is the spirit of the Young Democrats. That is the energy that Barbados needs. We are united by purpose, vision, and the belief that our nation can be better, stronger, and fairer. We are standing on business with every action, every idea, and every voice of every young person counts. I just want to say as well that being a leader is more than words. It takes action. And I challenge every young person here tonight to take that action. This is our movement. This is an opportunity to ensure that the youth are not just participants in policies, but we are also shapers. We are drivers of progress and the voice of the next generation. We must continue to push for education that empowers, jobs that fulfill, and opportunities that include every Barbadian. You are not too young to lead. Please remember that. You are the change that Barbados needs. We are not waiting for the future. We are shaping it. We are not asking for change. We are simply demanding it. Let us rise together. Let us stand united as Young Democrats, as the youth of Barbados, and as the youth of the world. Leaders committed to building the nation that we need. Barbados deserves a better. Barbados deserves change. And together, we the young people will deliver it. Tonight, I just want to continue to tell you, get on board with the Democratic Labour Party. Because from tonight, it is seats and moving to Parliament. Thank you.
Change, we need change. You got it, I'm not business. We are a new generation. We rise and rise with the need. Future for all.
Madam President, without you, none of this would be possible. And I thank you. I thank you, and I thank you, and I thank you 1,000 times over. Thank you. Our next speaker is a regional friend of ours. Her name is Senator, and notice it started by saying the word Senator, Shalika Vidal from Dominica. One of the youngest senators in Dominica's history right now. Senator Shalika Vidal is a passionate youth leader and an advocate for empowerment, innovation, and civic engagement. Appointed to the Senate at just 23 years of age. She represents a new generation of leadership, grounded in authenticity, community service, and progressive action. From an early age, Senator Vidal has been deeply involved in community initiatives and youth development activities. Her journey in leadership began in primary school. This lady basically was born for this. In primary school, where she actively participated in clubs and student organizations. A spirit that continued through high school and college. For in high school, she served as deputy head girl and represented her institution in the National Youth Parliament in 2017, marking an early step in what would become a lifelong passion for advocacy and social impact. She is a skilled debater. She was a proud member of her high school. She was a proud member of her high school and college debate clubs and went on to serve as president of her college's environmental club, where she championed sustainability and environmental awareness among students. Her passion for representation and youth development also led her to serve as public relations officer for her college's student government association and to represent her community in various national initiatives. In 2023, Lady Vidal, she further showcased her confidence and poise as a contestant in the National Miss Bob Debate pageant, a hallmark of cultural expression and national pride in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that Lady Vidal is a known celebrity in her island for her passion and her commitment to striving as a youth or as a young person in a region or Caribbean state. Basically says that youth don't amount to much. This is proof that we have what it takes to do much, much more in not only Barbados, but throughout the Caribbean. And I'm so glad for someone, a partner, a friend of ours, to come up here and share her story in terms of the youth culture in her country, so that we can compare notes basically, and we can see where we need to step forward and certain habits that we may need to cut. I present to you Senator Shalika Vidal.
Good night, Barbados.
Good night.
Good night, Barbados. Okay, now before I start to speak, I want to encourage a little cardio of my own. Can you all please stand? Start to speak. So now, the song that was being played for my entrance is from a very popular band on my island. They're called the Signal Band. And basically, what they're singing is our genre, bouillon music. So the stronger every day, that's the name of the song. And I want you all to be stronger here. So when I read this speech, you all can blow your whistles and, bring that energy. So let's do the cardio. Hands up, hands out, hands in, hands down. Just a little faster. I want to see how energized you are. Hands up, out, in, down. Okay. I think that was good. Okay. Wow. Just look at all of you. Can you feel it? The energy in this space. It's electrifying. The excitement, the hope, the curiosity. It radiates from every single one of you. You are radiant. Every smile, I'm seeing your smile. That's very beautiful. Wow. Every spark in your eyes tells a story of possibility ambition, and courage. When I look at this crowd, I don't just see people. I see faces full of hope, eyes full of curiosity, and eyes that are daring the world to notice them. I see thinkers, creators, dreamers, and leaders all in one place. I see your courage in the way you hold yourselves, your determination in the way you focus, and your passion in the energy that fills this space. I stand here not just as a senator, but as a young woman who has faced challenges, who sometimes feels lost, who has doubted herself, and who is still navigating the world, both good and bad. But I am also someone with passion that ignites me, curiosity that drives me, and dreams that keep me moving forward. I wonder, I question, I experiment, and sometimes, unfortunately, I stumble, just like many of us. But I am learning, growing, and figuring out my place in this world whilst holding on to what I know and what I'm meant to do. And that combination, purpose, determination, dreams, curiosity, and willingness, is what will make each and every one of us stand out in this world. That is what will make us accomplish what we set out to do. When I see all of you here tonight, I feel it too. I feel the energy. I feel that fire. Not just from the cardio that just went down. Even though you all are sitting now, I still feel your energy. Give yourself a round of applause. And that right there just confirmed to me that the youth, in fact, everybody are ready and standing on business. To me, youth are ready means young people are ready to take up their space in the world. Young people are ready to bring their ideas to be heard and to be part of the decisions that shape their communities and their countries. We are ready to step into spaces that some people might have told us we shouldn't step into. We are more than just the social media or TikTok generation. And yes, social media can be used positively, and that's a lesson in itself. One of the reasons I am here today is because of social media. People saw that I had that spark, that ambition and determination, and here I am with you all sharing it, and we are connecting on that level. It shows that there is always something good in the tools and opportunities around us. Things aren't always bad. What matters is how we use them, how we allow them to be manifested into the world, and how we let them serve our purpose. And when I hear standing on business, I hear strength. I hear boundaries. I hear knowing who you are, having 10 toes on the ground and being confident in your beliefs. Standing on business doesn't have to be political. It's about owning your life, your decisions, and your values. It's about moving with certainty, even when people try to shake you or doubt you. This doesn't just start when we're grown. It starts when we're small in school, in our friendships, in our families. It starts when we refuse to let peer pressure define us. It starts when we don't allow someone's negative words or the fact that we didn't come from wealth to determine our worth. So to me, youth already standing on business means this. We are ready to claim our place, to embrace our responsibilities, and to decide that the future is not somewhere far. The future begins now. We are the future generation, but so now that we've talked about what it means to be business, the next question is, what exactly does that say? It's us stepping into our space, taking on responsibilities, and thinking about the world around us. Part of that is seeing the challenges that touch all of our lives. the social issues that affect everyone, everywhere. Crime and violence, which I've been hearing a lot tonight, is one of those issues. It happens all over the world, in communities, different countries, in ways both big and small. And even if we haven't experienced it directly, we all feel it's in our neighborhoods, in our schools, and in our families. We lose a lot of our youth to crime and violence. And so many of our young people don't have mentors or safe spaces where they can talk about what they're going through. And when that support isn't there, it's easy to feel lost, isolated, or pressured into situations we shouldn't be in. And that brings me to another social issue that often goes unnoticed but affects everyone too: mental health. Mental health, though, is not just for one gender. Everyone experiences it. Everyone struggles sometimes. I know there are times when I myself feel low or distracted or like I'm not fully there. I know many of you can relate to that. But before I continue, I just want to say in mental health, the gender I feel that we often underlook or don't really talk about that with are the men. I mean, I'm not a man, but I have family members who are men. I have friends who are men. There are men in this crowd. Society often says that expressing emotions is a sign of weakness. A man has to always be on, always grinding, always alert. Am I right, men?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. And whilst I absolutely support men being strong and resilient, we don't always know what's happening on the inside. Too often we lose men, not just to crime and violence that has been mentioned a lot tonight, but to suicide, depression. And that's something we need to talk about openly without judgment. This isn't about taking away a man's strength or masculinity. Men are our counterparts, our pillars in so many ways. But we can create spaces where they can speak if they choose to, or just release stress safely. Mental strength isn't just about never struggling, it's about having the support and knowing it's okay to ask for help. Now, I want to talk about youth empowerment and leadership. Something, everyone, that is very close to my heart. I got appointed into parliament when I was just 23 years old in the Commonwealth of Dominica. And I know that when people see me, many don't see someone in that position. Honestly, I get it. If I saw me, I might not think that I'm a parliamentarian too. And there were people who doubted me that I could make a meaningful contribution because of my age and how I looked. And I know some people still think this. They see me as just a pretty face or a pageant girl. And I say pageant girl because I have participated in a pageant, national pageant before. It's the Miss World Duet. It happens during our independence celebrations. And I've also modeled, and I still do it now, not just because, but because of my love and passion for the arts, for writing, reading, poetry. And we saw poetry being demonstrated here tonight by the young man. Creativity, oftentimes we forget about these things. We stick to the more traditional topics, as someone mentioned tonight: tourism, agriculture. And don't get me wrong, they are very important in any country. However, there are people who are very creative, they're very skilled with their hands. The same hands I put up when the song was playing. We're getting stronger every day. A lot of people are skillful, not just academically inclined. So naturally, some people see the position I'm in and they think I don't belong here. And you know what? I've accepted that I can't change anyone's narrative of me. Once someone has made up their mind about you, no matter how many times you show up or try to prove yourself, that won't change. The only thing that can remain consistent is you. Always showing up, always doing what you have to do. And yes, you're going to make mistakes along the way. We all do, young and old. Just one set of people that make mistakes. We all make mistakes. Those mistakes, though, they are a part of who you become. Sometimes the same people who doubted you, they may look back and say, whoa, maybe I did underestimate them, but don't let that bother you. You're not doing it for them. So don't do these things to prove anything to anyone. Do it because you want to. Go to that convention, take that step, make that change because it matters to you. Not because you're trying to impress someone or fit into someone else's expectation. Because if you're doing it to please others, then even if it looks like you're standing on business, you're not really honoring yourself, your boundaries, or your values. And when I think about youth leadership, I realize that for as long as I can remember, I've always been preparing for it. Even before I knew it, I've been volunteering, doing small acts of service in my community and at my school. I've always been a part of clubs, debates, and programs, wanting to speak, wanting to motivate, wanting to do things differently, and just inspire people in any way that I can. And I believe in those small acts, those consistent little contributions. They shaped me into who I am. And these are the things that shape us into who we become. Many times we think we have to start big to make an impact. And yes, some people do get their big break from doing something huge. But there is beauty in starting small, honoring the small things we do, appreciating them, and showing up consistently. That's what eventually leads to something greater. Every small action, every moment we step up, every time we contribute, it all adds up. It all matters. Many of us are born leaders, just as many of us are born singers, photographers, cooks, truck drivers, lawyers, doctors. The potential is in all of us. But believing in ourselves isn't always enough. The support we get, the people we surround ourselves with, the circle we choose, that makes a difference too. That's a big part of youth empowerment. And in celebrating those who are born for certain roles, we also have to remember to show respect to those whose jobs may not always be celebrated or glamorous, the janitors, domestic workers, room service attendants, laundry workers, and so many others. These jobs keep the world running, and there are people who do them exceptionally well. And at the end of the day, we need them. So respecting them just as much is very important, very critical. I hear you clapping, clap louder. Respecting all work and all workers is part of understanding how society functions and valuing everyone's contribution. And it's also about knowing yourself. Sometimes we want something, we try something, and we realize it really isn't for us. There's nothing wrong in stepping back, reflecting, and redirecting your energy toward what aligns with who you are and what you're truly trying to do. Learning to take rejection without emotional outburst or resentment is part of growing, and not just growing, it's part of growing strong. Sometimes the blessings we see for ourselves and the blessings that life or God has in store for us, He has something better, He has something bigger. And even if it may not seem big to you, it's big to Him, and eventually you will see where the results take you. And if we want to become young leaders or people of influence, we have to understand that, because at the end of the day, we're all human. Now, ladies, this one is for you. Don't worry, I didn't forget about you when I was talking about the men. Gentlemen, you can breathe easy. We still need you. I've emphasized on that. We need you all. But ladies, now is your time. Now is me speaking, men stepping up and owning their power. And I am an example of that right now. 24 years old in the Senate in Barbados, speaking to you beautiful people, stepping into my power as a young woman in this world. I want to celebrate women. I just want to celebrate women in roles that normally people don't expect them to be in. Roles that may feel taboo. Women pilots, women CEOs, women in politics, pick up yourselves, all the roles that they don't see us in. I'll clap for myself, pat on my shoulder. In my country, there was a woman, and she became the first female Calypsonian monarch in our history. And she sang a song called Woman Time. It's a calypso. Just thinking about her reminds me of what's possible when women are allowed to step fully into their power. Many times, people look at women and feel we should only be confined to expected roles. And don't get me wrong, I will never downplay the importance of women who choose to be teachers, nurses, traditional wives, or who fill other essential roles. Because just like janitors or domestic workers, we need these people to keep the world moving. But women are incredible. I myself, I'm a young woman, and I stand here living proof of what a woman can achieve when she believes in herself. Now, the independent candidate from my constituency took an act of courage and bravery and went up despite the odds last elections, and she emerged victorious. And even my fellow female senators, specifically Honorable Laurie Victor, who couldn't be here today, are examples of women who show strength and power no matter what anyone has to say. That courage is there. Inspiring and taking on challenges just as aggressive and focused as our male counterparts. And to all the women here tonight, I say to you, you can do it. Believe in yourself. I believe in you. This may be the first time you're seeing me, but I believe in you that much. Even when it feels like no one else does, there are people out there who see your potential and who believe in you. What you want to achieve, go for it, no matter how big, no matter how small. You are more than just a pretty face. But hey, if you happen to have a pretty face to go with it, that doesn't hurt either. Before I say anything else, I must say the Caribbean is a very beautiful place. A place that I think we all want to protect and preserve, especially now in contemporary society and what we see taking place around the world and what seems to be getting closer to our region. This is our home, and I know we love our home. But just like any other place, the Caribbean is also a place where many things affect us besides that. Climate change, migration, and the challenges of being small nations on a global stage all impact our region. We've recently seen the devastation in Jamaica caused by a catastrophic hurricane, and our thoughts and prayers go out to them. If we can offer a helping hand in any way, even from afar, we should. Migration is another important factor, and it can be both an opportunity and a challenge. We see it as a challenge when many of our people leave for the bigger countries, increasing brain drain in our regions. But we also see it as an opportunity with the free movement initiatives that are involved in the Caribbean and strengthening our connections across islands, because that's what it's about, unity. Challenges are also opportunities, as I mentioned before. In the bad, we can see the good. And as young people, we can take the lead in finding solutions, whether that's through climate resilience, community support networks, innovation and technology, educational advocacy, or regional collaboration. With all that, I am so happy to be here in Barbados with you all at this event. Barbados, big up yourselves. You are wonderful people. Your culture is so electrifying. Your smiles, I mentioned that before, but your smiles are so radiant. Wow. It's a beautiful country. And being here, me being here, us being here, this is really a celebration to me of Caribbean spirits. Not forgetting, of course, our African brothers and sisters who are here with us tonight. Reminding us that it's all about unity, connection, and celebrating our shared culture and heritage. Now, the Caribbean is a melting pot of different cultures, and that is our strength. Every island is different in its own way. And I know everyone says their island is better. I came in yesterday, and as soon as I read, someone was like, Barbados is the gem of the Caribbean. I just said, okay, you can have it. I was going to say Dominica, but okay. Every island is different in its own way, but we all share a Caribbean identity. There is so much room for growth and evolution, and even though bigger countries may sometimes see us as a speck on the map, we are filled with brilliant people across the nations. Every country, oh my God, I'm shifting the podium, I can feel the electricity. Every country contributes to the collective growth of the region. And as young people, we are the generation to drive this forward. We see what's happening in the world, but we are intelligent, we are strong, and we are bold. There has never been a generation like us. We have ideas that can benefit the region, and that is why we are here. We are ready, and we are standing on business. We create the future. That's why it's so important for us to be ready and to stand on that business and keep it that way. Because there's one thing to say we're standing on business, and it's another thing to take the action and consistently stand on that business. Together for unity, collaboration, and action, we can ensure a Caribbean that continues to grow and evolve for generations to come. And with all the evolution, we still want our future children and grandchildren to experience the uniqueness of living in the Caribbean. That is why preservation and protecting our region is so important. We want our future generations to be able to walk freely along the beaches and listen to the music that moves their hearts. Pick from the trees, the fruits, and eat it. We want our Caribbean culture to remain intact and special. We want to preserve that. And the only way to do that is for unity, empowerment, encouragement, support, and standing on business consistently. Barbados, I thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Shanikia. Thank you very much. You see my face, so you don't know because cardio time. So I want to introduce this young man here now. He's a dedicated Barbadian leader with degrees in law, political science, sociology, education, leadership, and broadcasting. Quincy has served as vice president of the Young Democrats. He's also the current second vice president of the Democratic Labour Party. Our great party. Come on, people. Yes. Uh-huh.
zonal head of Christchurch, and chairman of the annual conference. He is also a justice of peace, founder of the Trident Charity, cultural practitioner, and leader of the award-winning band Zenobia. Guided by Nelson Mandela's words, it always seems impossible until it's done. Quincy stands ready to build a better Barbados. Quincy is a productive octopus, people. I want to welcome Quincy George!
Good night, Barbados! Good night to the Democratic Party. Especially good night to our leader, opposition leader, Mr. Go! Good night to the president of the Young Democrats, Janine Butcher. I give you my love. I give all the young people here this evening all my love. I am listen. I am ready to learn, and I am ready to lead.
All right.
My brothers and sisters, I come before you tonight not as a politician with empty promises, but as a proud son of this Barbadian soil, a child of this nation who loves Barbados too much to stay silent while it bleeds. Barbados, let's face the truth. Barbados is hurting. Barbados is bleeding. And the reality is, it ain't working.
I see you.
This government is not governing, and this economy is not empowering.
All right.
And this system is not serving the people who made Barbados what it is. The workers, the parents, the youth, the dreamers, the builders of our tomorrow. We are living in a time when the people of this country are struggling to breathe, choking by high prices of gas, low pay, and striking opportunities. A time when the young are restless, the old are weary, and too many between just trying to hold on. So I stand here before you tonight to say, with fiber of conviction, that enough is enough.
All right.
Repeat after me, enough is what? Enough. It is time for leadership that listens. It is time for action that delivers. And it's time for Barbados that truly works for the many and not for the few. I feel so privileged to speak to you this evening. It's always a privilege to talk with young people, individuals with vision, determination, and the energy to shape the next chapter of our nation's story. But I also want to speak plainly today, because the challenges we face are genuine and they are affecting too many of us in very personal ways. So let me begin with the issue of the day. One of the issues I'm going to be speaking about today is housing. An issue for our youth and for our society by extension. Many young workers. It is not just about owning a home. It's about gaining some stability. It's about investing in our community and planning your future. However, with high land prices, limited financial opportunities and options,
That dreams seem further away every day, every day. The sad reality is that many young people, those in their 20s, 30s, or early 40s, have had to remain in their parents' homes, not because of lack of ambition, but because of housing and the financial markets have effectively barred them from entry. For generations, owning a piece of the rock was more than just a dream. It was a rite of passage. Our parents and grandparents managed to build and buy and establish a foundation that provided their families with stability and a sense of pride. But today, the same goals feels distant, even impossible, and far from too many young working individuals. Affordable housing is now beyond reach of many who are doing everything right. They're getting the right education, working hard, saving where they can, yet still discovering that the figures just don't add up. But I know of a government that don't add up. Let me see if I can get the record straight. That a government that really don't what? Add up. So let's talk about the manifesto promises that 10,000 houses were supposed to build in 2 years. Did you see the 10 or the 1,000? No.
Zero.
Then you said, come back later on. It wasn't 10,000 houses. It's supposed to be 2,000 houses. Did that deliver? No. Then it was not 2,000 houses. It was 1,624 houses. But yet the whole became hopeless. And yet they're still trying to figure out where the $60 million gone. But I ain't getting into politics today. I about the youth and housing. The actual houses that you can see. Not let me go back to the past of Harwood. But the same red classified says the same damn thing happening in the same effect. Only in a what? Different time. So we heard that the government is discussing these issues, but we have seen in a lackluster proposal there's shortage of urgency of housing for the young people. Ideas have been proposed, committees have been established, consultants after consultants after consultant after what? Consultants have been established, and studies have been concluded. But the follower is missing. Young people remain stuck with our decisive leadership that reflects the seriousness and challenges we face. Let's be clear. I'm not suggesting that government can be everything for everyone. That is not practical. But what we can expect and what we must demand is a decisive action and accountability. The difference between vision and progress is the follow through. And we, the young people of this nation, are not asking for handouts. We are asking for a fair chance. The chance to work, the chance to build, the chance to own, and the chance to contribute meaningfully to our country. Tonight, I challenge each of us not only to speak about the issues, but also be engaging, stay informed, and continue to push for policies that deliver results. Because the future does not happen for us, it happens to us. It wasn't easy, but it was impossible. The dream is dying every day about housing. The price of land is out of reach. The building materials are sky high. Mortgages are near impossible. Delinquency is at an all-time high in borrowing. And rent is so high that too many young people are working to pay like a landlord than to build a future. And so how can a young teacher like me, a nurse, a police officer, a lawyer, a clerk, ever to own a home when by the time they secure a stable employment after 30, they're already in the 30s and they have to get a mortgage for 5 years? And when will that end? Just before retirement or about retirement? It ain't working, Barbados. It is not fair, it is not sustainable, and it's not right. So here, I give my personal solutions to housing. because we hear over the time that the Democratic Labour Party can't give solutions. We can give them. It just when. I would give a little snippet of what I think in the housing.
No.
That's like secrets.
No.
So I guess I'll get a little something because there ain't not much leadership. They're both in leaders in terms of ministers. In one day it's one minister, and next day next minister. So let me go. So that is why, in terms of housing, one solution we can definitely explore, which was done by the Democratic Labour Party, is the right to own revolution model by this Democratic Labour Party. We need to give ourselves a round of applause for our right to own model. By using a people-centered approach that bridges the gap between renting and owning. Let working Barbadians build equity while they live. Let them turn rent payments into ownership. Let them see hard work translate into something lasting. But a real housing resolution takes more than one idea. We need a comprehensive package, a plan that includes youth saving schemes, affordable land programs, micro mortgages, and cooperative ownership models that will provide a genuine opportunity to participate. Housing is not charity, it's nation building. Housing is not what? Charity. It is what? Nation building. It's about restoring dignity to the working person. However, a genuine housing resolution demands more than just a single idea. We need a comprehensive plan that truly opens doors for young people, not merely statements and empty rhetoric. It is where we are serious about helping young people, young Barbadians, own a piece of the rock. And then let's start where it matters most, with access and opportunities. Number two, because the Democratic Party have many ideas, but in time, when that election comes, we will give. We can start by helping our young people save for a home. Let's also establish a first home savings and support fund, which will roll out from our credit unions across Barbados. One that rewards discipline and aspirations. Let every dollar a young worker saves towards a home be matched or supported with tax relief. Let them say to their government that their government is walking with them alongside them and not blocking their way. A third solution, and let's examine the land, because the land prices goes up. The government still owns lands that remains unused. While young people are calling for space to build, I will call this plan, "This rock belongs to me." I will call this plan, "This rock belongs to what? We." Why not allocate parts of that land for first-time owners by continuing on the high-rise development that was done in Country Road and by the garrison by the Democratic Labour Party and the Valley area and all the housing areas that we can actually see. Because back there you can see them. Why not offer service plots at fair and affordable rates? Let the private sector collaborate on this, not solely for profit, but for a purpose. And fourthly, there is a question of funding. Traditional mortgages are designed for individuals who have a proven history of financial stability. But what about just starting? Let's develop a new financial approach called BIM Cares. A micro-mortgages with micro-mortgages, flexible payments, and credit guarantees, so that a young teacher, a nurse, a technician can finally qualify to own something of their own. But let's not stop there. We can also educate our young people to become the architects of their own future, expand construction and training trainings, and support apparatus, and ensure that every housing project provides opportunity for youth employment and skills development. And yes, we must discuss the rental market. Too many landlords are raising prices without oversight, while honest tenants can barely keep up. We need to have a renter protection, fair housing standards, and incentive for landlords who keep rentals reasonable, and probably a renter cap on the cost of rent, especially for our young workers and families trying to move from rental to owning. All of this is impossible, but it requires leadership with vision, compassion, and courage to act. And that is where Ralph Lauren and the Democratic Labour Party will do it. Because housing is not a what? A charity. Housing is a nation building. And when a young person can own a home, they invest in their community. When they can build, they stay. When they stay, the country what? Grows. That the Barbados I believe in a Barbados where every young person can look at their future and say, yes, I belong here. I can build here and I can live here. If we fail to act, the next generation will inherit not a foundation, but a frustration, not a home, but a hollow dream. When a generation feels shut out of ownership, especially home ownership, the effects ripples beyond housing. It delays family foundations, weakens communities, and fuels frustration and delusion. Young people want to contribute and grow and belong, but existing structures increasing under their stay. As I will end by saying, there are many stories that I have witnessed, but the best story of David and Goliath, and the Barbados Labour Party is the Goliath, but the Democratic will be the David. No matter what we have, no matter what harm they do, the Democratic Labour Party will portray and will definitely focus that the Goliath will fall one day. Good blessing to you and to the Barbados. Happy independence. And remember, Barbados belongs to our home. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Quincy Jones, a man of many talents. A guy that personally, to be honest, I actually try to emulate him, to be honest. When it comes to his political career, he is a very wise, smart, and talented gentleman. However, just because I want to sound like if I don't play him, we have another speaker to meet us this evening that comes from halfway across the world, all across there. And she decided to use her time to come to give us some of her time. So we have a lady by the name of Miss Valentine Gatai, and she's so special that I did not get the privilege to be able to introduce her. Further, I have a gentleman by the name of Alexander K. Youngjui that is here to introduce her. Excuse me.
So at home they call me daddy.
Aye.
In private they call me babe. On my ID it's simply Alexander, and at work they call me doctor. But all in all, I'm just a dreamer who can lose it all. So, but I'm also a dreamer who believes that we can build nations that don't look free, but they feel free. I have seen the quiet fear in Somalia and Ethiopia. I have seen the tension in Uganda, and I have wept for my country, Kenya. And freedom doesn't disappear at once. It's slow, and it's because good people stop speaking up. So Barbados, you have an opportunity. Many of us lost some time back. You have leaders who walk among you, and they know where it hurts and when it hurts. And just because you built it, this party, especially the young Dems, just because we built it, doesn't mean that people are going to use it. We need to pull people to our party. We need to let them know that they belong here and we share the same dreams and the same aspirations. And one of these key people that you need to pull are the critics. Because when you convince them, when you show them the way, they become the true followers, the skeptics, the friends. And because, sustainability is not all about money, it's also about passion. So we want to get the passion going and we sustain it for the longest. And that is why the lady that I want to introduce to you today, Miss Valentine Gidai, she's an Pan-Africanist and a human rights defender. On June 25th, 2024, our government turned its own guns towards its youth, and we lost over 100 youth trying to fight for things like jobs, basic things that our citizens should have and was supposed to be having. And from the pain, she formed a 625 movement, a movement that fights for the youth of Kenya, a movement that helps the youth of Kenya. And just today, we had 2 Kenyans released from prison in Uganda who were abducted 33 days ago. Through her efforts and the whole 625 movement across borders. And we're going to do this again and again and again. And the youth of Barbados, before we get there, let's make sure that the other team is the opposition party. Okay? So without further ado, let me introduce Miss Valentine to come and give us a speech. Thank you so much.
Viva Barbados, viva! Yes, we cannot afford to be tired when the people who are making decisions for you are not resting. Viva Barbados! Okay, we're gonna do one more thing. I'm gonna say Barbados Tibim. Okay, you say Tibim, okay? That means we strive together. Okay? Barbados Tibim! Barbados Tibim! I think I'm getting that energy, I'm telling you, these people don't sleep. They work around the clock. They are our flying presidents. But anyway, good night, Barbados. I'm so honored to be here. Mr. Rafton, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet all the parliamentarians, current, former, the senators, current, former, Janine Butcher, the president of the Young Democrats. This is amazing what she has put today. And not to forget the Pan-Africanists in the house, Mr. and Mrs. Weeks, the youth of Barbados, whole list, but I can't call everybody by name. So, let's just get into it. And by the way, DJ, I want to say thank you. So the song Seats Are Moving, I think I spoke to some people yesterday and I was like, I can't get this earworm out of my head. So thank you so much for curing it. I'm not sure if you did cure it, but we'll see. Love it. And seats and moving. It's the best theme for today because that is happening and the youth of Barbados are ready. So I wrote a whole speech. I actually did, but I'm not going to read it. And the reason I'm not going to read the speech is because I feel that I will not be doing justice to the people of Barbados. I intend to speak truth to power, to speak the truth that I know. So, my colleague Alexander mentioned that around 30 days ago, 2 Kenyans were abducted in Uganda. They were abducted for going to support a presidential candidate. They were tortured, they were beaten. Today, as we speak, over 700 youth have died in Tanzania in the last 1.5 weeks. The reason being is because the president of Tanzania decided that she won the election with 97% of the votes. In Kenya today, over 1,000 youth are in prison for peacefully protesting. They are being charged with treason and they are being charged with terrorism. And you know how all these things began? They began by being silent. Barbadians, you cannot afford to be silent. You cannot afford to be silent. And what's going on in Barbados, and I mentioned this to some of you yesterday, the reason it's so scary than being kidnapped, it's because it's quiet, it's silent, and it's subtle. Silence is not peace. Silence means surrender. And you cannot afford to be afraid. The only person you should fear is the Lord Jesus. When you lose your fear, they lose their power. And today I feel so encouraged listening to everyone who spoke, who came to this podium. So full of energy, so full of hunger, just they want change and I can see change happening. Barbados is the gem. You know, there's a lot of similarities between Kenya and Barbados. And this is it. So for something to happen in East Africa, the ripple effect has to come from Kenya. And that is the same exact thing here in Barbados. So if Barbados continues in this struggle, if you take back your country, okay, this is gonna be a ripple effect for the whole of the Caribbean. The spirit of Africa right now is ripe for revolution. When you look at countries like Togo, Zambia, actually, I'm not saying do this, but the Gen Zs in Zambia decided to stone their president. Okay, but don't do that. Okay, we don't believe in violence. Okay, and even in Tanzania, even with what's going on, I know it's painful, but it shows that the Tanzanians have woken up. This week alone, anyone who made videos or TikToks trying to bash the government of Tanzania are in jail today. This morning, last night, I think yesterday and today, they have all been imprisoned. And all this again began with silence. I've been looking at your cyber bill of 2024. And I know your government is fronting this bill as a bill that is amazing, that is going to take care of fraud and all those good stuff. But the truth is, this bill is meant to silence dissent in this country. And the reason I say that, I think this week, a journalist, a radio presenter from, I'm not sure the name of the radio station was fired. Yeah, yeah. I mean, why are you so scared of that you have to silence the journalists? And you know what's so funny about this is when I was doing my research about Barbados, I was trying to understand the BLP and the DLP, if I have it right. And all the information I was getting was amazing about the BLP. And you know what that reads to me? Information is being controlled. And he who has power to control information is so powerful, they get to control everything.
Yeah.
The cybercrime bill that you have here in Barbados, the reason it's very important to me tonight to address this is because there are similarities between that cyber bill and the cyber bill in Kenya that was passed 2 weeks ago. Quietly passed when we were grieving a revolutionary. And I'm telling you this, when people are protesting and you're sitting on the side of the road, that is not enough. You don't want to get to a point where something catastrophic happens and that's when you stand up. Yuval Harari says, when the future of humanity is decided, because you are too busy feeding your children, because you are too busy clothing them, then you will not be exempt from the consequences. History is unfair, but that is the history. So tonight, as we stay here, we have to say that we continue to fight for liberation. We continue to fight for Barbados. And the party that is going to champion this is the DLP. And the Young Democrats are going to stay front and they're going to keep the DLP in checks and balances. And this is why tonight I want us to go home. Whether you're a DLP member, you're a Young Democrat member, or you don't exist in any of those parties, and take the time to think about yourself and the role that you play in changing and shaping the ideology of your country. Take the time to look at yourself. The guy who was here who did the poetry, which was really amazing, he spoke about looking at yourself in the mirror. And nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. I want to talk about how everything is related and how all these things are being funded either by globalists or whoever is funding them. I've been listening to all of you talk about the affordable housing. We have one in Kenya. It looks amazing on paper. They're supposed to create 250,000 homes for those who need it. Amazing. Who doesn't want free homes for people who can't afford it, right? Everybody wants those homes. But the question is, what is the intention of these homes? We have to ask ourselves that. And the reason I'm bringing this up is in Kenya, the reason for this is in Kenya, they have used this opportunity to launder money. So we cannot afford to stand on the sides and be quiet. Use your platforms. If you have social media, use it. You don't have to be someone who is outspoken or be the loudest in the room. Every sound is significant. Every voice is significant. Everyone plays a role in defining the revolution of your country. In the words of Thomas Sankara, we are all revolutionaries of our time. So today, take the time, be a revolutionary. We were all minding our business last year when the finance bill of Kenya, which was drafted by the IMF, which was so draconian, was forced into our throats. And everybody in Kenya became a revolutionary. That was not the plan, but it's because we were so quiet when everything was being discussed in the previous years and nobody cared to take a look into what was going on. Right now, with our cyber bill, you cannot mention the president's name because it falls under the vague clause of harassment, false claims. We have to give him a nickname. And I'm sorry, but that is where you're heading. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. This is an amazing country. I love being here, but so many things are happening, like with the plan to renovate your whole city, calling it a Dubai on steroids. I call it quiet colonization. That's what it is. But guys, you have to do something. You have to do something. And this can be done. Your voices will be aired when you vote, when all of you participate in the electoral process, especially young people. When I grew up, they used to tell us, the future belongs to the youth. The future belongs to the youth. Oh, the good ones have not been born yet, you know? We are the good ones now. We have something that our forefathers and our foremothers, am I saying it right? Oh, anyway, our ancestors, we have something that they don't have, they didn't have. We have technology. And no matter how they try to silence dissent through this, we can use this technology to our advantage. Let me tell you, when you are quiet about injustice, the silencing of dissent, corruption, you're allowing all these injustices to grow, or you're on the sidelines and you're saying, you know what, it's not my business, right? You're handing over your rights to those who are going to use those rights against you. And this is very serious. We've seen what's happened. Okay, so with Tanzania, right? Julius Nyerere, who was the first president, he was all about the policy of Ujamaa, economic development. And after Julius Nyerere came so many leaders. And I don't think with Tanzania, they thought they would be where they are today with their president, Mama Samia Suluhu. But it's because they watched on the sidewalks. When Kenyans were protesting, they watched on the sidewalks. In Uganda right now, they say the Kenyan virus is spreading. The virus of wanting a free East Africa. They call that a virus. But dictatorship is the true virus. When dictatorship extends on all borders, then that is a true virus. So, Barbadians, you have to ask yourselves tonight, how can you build a society where there is safety and where there is liberty? Where control is not, where bills that are being funded by the law are not being used for control. Africa, just like the Caribbean, is on the edge of a new awakening. I feel like we've always been trying to be awakening, but the powers that be are always trying to stop us from that awakening. But with what I have seen tonight, I know that we are truly on that verge. With the youth wanting or already standing on business. And from Barbados, like I've mentioned here more than 3 times, our destinies are intertwined. When Jamaica fails or falls, we Kenyans, we feel it. When Barbados falls or something happens to Barbados, we feel it. Because we all come from the same place. And one thing you need to understand with the push of your history being eradicated, that brings so much confusion in the future. If your history is eradicated, whether it's good and bad, and you don't know who you are as a people, how do you fight? How do you fight a government or a people with a monopoly of power and money and resources? It's not impossible you can fight them. We can all fight them, but we have to do that by knowing exactly who we are, understanding the ideologies, understanding the struggles that our forefathers founded, and the principles that they stood on. So I ask you today, and this is for young people, we have to wake up. The change starts in our minds. decolonize any aspects of our minds. It's time to speak up. And I know I talked about posting and on social media. That is good. But let's just not post. Let's participate. When Marcia is doing a march, you all need to be there. Giving money is good for the marches, but that is not enough. There is unity in power. There is power in unity. Like last year when the Gen Zs in Kenya came out, and this year, the government was shocked. They didn't know how we mobilized as young people, not having a leader, not having a party, just having the theme of we are tribeless. The only reason we succeeded is because in Swahili we say siri ni numbers. The secret is numbers. You cannot leave the future of your whole country on Mr. Rathon, which you're doing an amazing job. But we have to hold his hand. You have to hold his hand so that he can deliver on what you need and what Barbados needs. So don't just defend your rights. Don't just demand your rights, defend them. Defend them and defend them rapidly speaking, as much as you can. Let's remember the struggles of Patrice Lumumba, Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Errol Barrow. Let's remember their struggles and let's not let that be in vain. Yes. Each time you challenge injustice, each time you defend another person's right or any other right, each time you stand for freedom, you bring the promise of your rights closer to reality. So please, Barbadians, I'm urging you today, don't let our trip be in vain. Please, let's not end with this rally that is driven by the Young Democrats and the DLP. Let's own it. Let's take it. Let's use our freedom and our voices when we still have it before it's completely taken away to prevent it from being taken away. Viva Barbados, viva! Viva Barbados, viva! And with that, I bid you all good night.
All right, so I know what time it is. It's cardio time again. Up, let me go. Let me go, man. We are not afraid, Democrat Party. We are not afraid. Your Democrats, we are not afraid. This next speaker, I do not have enough pages to introduce this next gentleman. This gentleman, whenever I look to communicate, whenever I message, whenever I reach out, he continues to answer. He loves young people, He was the motivating factor of this whole movement here. Janine Butcher, big up yourself. Big up yourself for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the opposition leader. He is the political leader of this great party. He's the president of the great Democratic Labour Party. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. He is the Honorable Ralph George.
Good night, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Roman. And a special welcome, a physical and a spiritual welcome to Valentine, the sister from Kenya and the brother from Kenya, the sister from Dominica. One of the greatest pleasures is connecting the family, and not family from Barbados, but family from across the seas, family that we've never met, and family that we will never forget having met. Valentine, Alexander, and the sister from Dominica, the senator from Dominica. Welcome to this place. And welcome to this place that has been prepared for us by the Young Democrats. And please give some acknowledgement and applause to President Janine Butcher. What a fantastic effort. We were just hearing behind the scenes about the great plans. I think somebody came and mentioned Jeremiah 29:11. The plans to prosper. And Janine, you have brought prosperity, spiritual and cultural prosperity to this space tonight, and we thank you so much. And I want to tell you something about this space that perhaps you did not know. It is about a dream. A few years ago, those of us who belong in my generation would have driven by here, whether day or night, and this spot right here, this was the sea. Young people, right here where you're sitting was the sea, the Caribbean Sea that pushes against this landmass, and the step behind you, you used to walk down that, and when you here, you were on the beach and the sea. To the end of these lights, that was the sea. All this was beach, and there was a jetty there. And I say that to you to tell you about a dream, about change. And quite often, people dream. And people dream about a reality that they think will never exist. And I heard Quincy tonight speak of a dream. And perhaps it was someone's dream that one day we could occupy this mass, this landmass, this space for which this event has been prepared. Somebody had a dream. And I want to say to you, young people, never stop dreaming. And I heard Janine say here tonight that every great movement begins with young people. And I want to say to the young people, never stop dreaming. You're in a space about which someone must have had a dream that we could sit here one night. And 20 nights ago, of 20 years ago, we could not sit here. But somebody had a dream. And I want to say to you as well that this space that you occupy is the product of not only a dream, but it is the product of resistance. And I hope the owners of this space do not mind me saying that they are here and we are here tonight because they resisted the government. I don't know how many of you know that the government tried to seize this space, tried to take this space from the owner. I'm not going to call his name. But how generous and gracious must he have been to lend this space to Janine and the Young Dems tonight. And we express deepest gratitude to him that he had a dream and that he resisted the government and that we are here tonight. So there's a dream and there's resistance and there's destiny, a place that we must reach. And I want to say to you that in the words of Martin Luther King, his name was called here tonight. Sometimes those of us who speak and those of us who dream and those of us who resist Oftentimes we do not get there with you. We do not get to that destination with you. But I borrow the words of Janine again, Janine. Every great movement begins with young people. And that is a reality. That we are doing our job and we are doing our part. But it is quite possible that we will not reach that destination with you. And that it is the young people who must lead this movement. And that we must take and borrow the words of Isaiah. Which speaks of a place and a time of peace. Because there's not a lot of peace in this country. There's not a lot of peace in this country. There is not a lot of prosperity in this country. And if there is prosperity in this country, it's not coming to us. And often people plan and speak of peace. But when you have peace and there's no justice, that is not peace. Peace is only genuinely peace when it is accompanied by justice. And often what appears to be peace is mere quiet. And the mere quiet and non-resistance where injustice thrives. And I want to say to the young people of the Democratic Labour Party, I want to say to 625, Valentina and 625, that you must be the ones to take the majority of people in this country and in Dominica and in Kenya and across the diaspora to a place of peace. Because there's a sense in which my generation has done most of the work that it can do. The baton must come to you. The baton must be passed to you. And Isaiah 11:6 reminds us that the time comes when enemies will sit together, when the lion will sit with the lamb. It will be a place of peace, but we have not reached that place. When the wolf will sit with the animal that he normally eats, and they will sit in peace, and that is genuine peace. But this country has not got there. Kenya has not reached that point. Dominica has not reached that place of peace. It is a peace that we crave. It is a peace that we want. And I want to say to you without being immodest, we have done much of our work. Those of us over 40 and over 50, we've done much of our work. Janine Butcher, the work falls to you to take that baton. Every great movement begins with the young people. And the next movement in this country is a movement towards a place of peace. And not only peace, but a place of justice. And that when that comes, the lion will lie with the lamb. And the most important words in that verse, and a child shall lead them. And I don't that it is a toddler or a baby. The Bible is referring to young people. Child shall lead the movement to a place of peace, where this beach becomes the land that we sit on. That was a dream, that was somebody's dream, where the owner of this land resisted the government and allowed us to be here tonight. So you have a dream and you have resistance, and we want to reach that destination of peace. Young Democrats, be the child that shall lead us to that place of peace. Be the child that shall lead us to that place of justice. Be that child. And tonight I want to read you a poem and to dedicate this poem to the young Democrats, to you, Valentine of Kenya, to you, the young senator of Dominica, to you, the Democrats. This is a poem written by a Guyanese, described by Lamin, our greatest writer out of Barbados, as the clearest and the most authentic voice in Caribbean poetry. And before I read it, I want to say to you young people, I know that you like TikTok and I know that you like the screen. But I want to say to you, take one day of every week and do some reading. Do not spend the days of your youth just looking at images coming at you. If it is one day, and if it is 1 hour of every day, get into the habit of reading. You will not regret it. Reading gives you a chance to make contact with the ideas of others. Because this place tonight not only began with a dream, but it began with an idea. And a lot of ideas come from reading. It is not that reading is some activity that takes people above reality. Reading brings you into contact with ideas, and ideas become reality. And do not lose the opportunity in your youth. Do not lose that chance in your youth. When you can sit for an hour and turn that hour into 2 hours on one day, maybe a Sunday, maybe a Sunday morning, maybe some time of day or week where you have the time to just spend 1 hour and make contact with the ideas of other people. Make contact with the ideas of people across the seas. Make contact with the ideas of people in Kenya and learn about your Kenyan brothers and learn about your Dominican sister. Just take some time and do some reading. And after you've read, you will learn to dream because you would have made contact with an idea. And when you make contact with that idea, that used to be this place, that used to be the sea, that becomes the landmass, that takes us closer to the horizon, a horizon where there probably is peace. Please do some reading, young people. I come to you tonight and I leave you tonight with a poem called Looking at Your Hands. And it is one of the few poems that begins with one word in the first line. And it is a word of resistance. And I reminded you tonight that the owner of this place, this space, this land, is here only because he has resisted the government. The government has been threatening for the last 2 years to remove this land from its owner. And thank God he has resisted. And his resistance has brought us here tonight. His resistance has brought Kenya here tonight. Dominica here tonight. And there's a spiritual and a physical connection that will never separate us. Looking at your hands. And the first word, no. I will not still my voice. I have too much to claim. If you see me looking at books, or coming to your house, or walking in the sun, know that I look for fire. I have learned from books, dear friend, of men dreaming and living and hungering in a room without a light, who could not die since death was far too poor, did not sleep to dream, but dreamed to change the world. And so if you see me looking at your hands, listening when you speak, marching in your ranks, you must know I do not sleep to dream, but dream to change the world. I want you to repeat those last 2 lines with me. I do not sleep to dream, but dream to change the world. Let's go again. I do not sleep to dream. I do not sleep to dream, but dream to change the world. Bless you.
All right. Like 7. Yeah. All right. So we have come to the end of a very energetic evening. And I first want to thank everyone for showing up tonight and hearing our message and messages. I want to thank all the speakers for sharing their part. And I want to thank God for covering us. I want to thank Him for guiding us, for giving us His strength to bring this youth Ignite Week into life. Thank you, God. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So far, sorry, I don't know if I'm talking too loud right now, right? Again, a little bit excited now, close to the end. So, basically, for the last, since Thursday was rehearsals, Friday we had the social line, today was our rally. All the days, the news forecast was saying that it's going to be rain and showers intermittently, you know, the normal spiel, and there were showers. Somehow, every single day that we had our events, every single day we had our events. The race game just before, and just be careful guys, get you in an ambulance because we are about to finish. They are going to come after. But we were able to do what we came here to do. I'm so thankful to God and Source for that.
Amen, amen, amen.
Let me first start by saying, Mr. Ralph Thorne, I thank you.
Yes.
Our leader.
Yes.
I thank you for cheering on the youth and standing with us tonight. Well, thank you. We really appreciate it.
Yes.
Like, I don't even know if I have the words to express how much I appreciate your efforts. We want to thank Stephen Lashley. Right? Between Janine being the brain force of all of this and Stephen Lashley being the gas, this would not have been possible. Stephen Lashley, we owe you a deep gratitude for your steady and ready support. To Donald Innes, a man that I personally appreciate. To Richard, to Maxine McLean, to Dave Thorne, thank you so very much for standing with us. To our decor team, we had a company working with us by the name of Step by Step Productions and Miss Daniel. Your work turned ideas into atmosphere. We are thankful. To Senator Ryan Walters, we thank you so very much for your efforts as well. Again, without all of these intricate people, we could not do this tonight. We could not pull this off at all. And to all of you guys that have been participating in the entire weekend so far, and hopefully tomorrow as well, your energy is the real heartbeat of Youth Ignite Weekend. We thank you so very much, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow at 1 p.m. as we continue to light up this Ignite Weekend. To all the speakers that came up tonight, to all the patrons that came up as well, we really would like for you to come up tomorrow, because tomorrow is the time where we try to bring solutions. All of the points that we made tonight, we are going to go home tonight. And between tonight and tomorrow, 1 o'clock, we are going to try our hardest to see if we can document solutions to some of the things we spoke about tonight. So please come up tomorrow and help us in creating our Young Democrats manifesto tomorrow. We thank you so very much, and we invite you to get home as safe as possible. Correct. Seats up. I don't have a van. But tell you, it's all about seats are moving. I want to take all your home. And when I say home, I'm speaking metaphorically. I want us to go home. I want, which is this Barbados is our home. I want us to get home. The next election coming, guys. I really, really appreciate you all. I'm going to let my colleague add some more as well.
Listen, I want large up Paul Gibson. Big of it. No doubt about it. I also want to invite all the speakers on stage at this present moment. All the speakers come through. Do not forget you rally tomorrow and walk here. Everybody come through. Everybody come out. Please, please, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You stand strong. It's time for us again. Oh, that's something again. You stand in the green. Yeah, it's the Lord. You stand strong. Oh, that's something again. You stand in the green.